Gaming news today is all about expectations and disappointment. First, Jason Schreier from Bloomberg has PlayStation fans worried about the PlayStation 6 release date. Now, I've got thoughts on both the release timing of the PlayStation 6, but also expectations about what the system will actually offer, which is related to some videos I want to react to, because many people continue to say that this generation of consoles has been disappointing, and I'm not really sure what exactly they're talking about. I've had a great time. So we're going to take a look at what some folks are saying in addition to what we think is going on with the PS6. Second, Joseph Cross, the former art director at Bungie, he thinks big risks on new untested games will become less common. Did sort of an exit interview. This is actually very relevant, I think, to what a lot of people are saying this generation, that there's a lack of new IP. It's a lot of sequels. Well, in light of Marathon being back in the headlines, I'd like to see what he has to say. We'll also check in to see how those Marathon pre-orders are doing. I warned people not to celebrate too early, and well, it's looking like my caution was correct. Third, is arcraiders becoming too predictable? Is it becoming too boring? Well, with all the cheating and map exploits, I would think it's not exactly what I would call it, but there's an article that came across my feed saying that matches have become, quote, way too predictable. We will take a look at what they're saying, and we'll react to that as well. Now, if you're watching this later and you enjoy this content, there's a great way you can help me out. You just hit that like button. It helps the video find more people. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. If you want to go beyond that and support the channel directly, that is how I do this full time. Shows every day with regular uploads. That also gives you access to our Discord. And when we hit certain goals, we do a stream on Saturday with my wife where she reacts to gaming news, and it's pretty funny. Those are all the best ways right now you can support the channel, as well as sponsors and coffee link below. We are selling our medium and light roast at a pretty low cost because we're trying to get through the inventory. That can benefit you. Everything's really expensive right now, including coffee, but ours is not. So make sure and check out that link below or go to reforgeroast.com. That's not a sponsor. That's something that I did with my family, and you can support it. So do all those things, and I would greatly appreciate it. So the thing that I want to say about the PlayStation 6, just to open up the show, okay? I've got a video coming later on the channel, so you're going to want to look for it, basically saying prepare for disappointment. And it really has to do with this generation and the next generation. I think a lot of people are really setting themselves up for disappointment. They either think it's going to come out really quickly, it's going to come out cheaper, or it's going to be some big monumental jump in power. And I remember saying at the beginning of this generation, when I looked at Horizon Forbidden West and I sort of knew what these consoles were capable of, I said, I think we're really close to the graphical ceiling, the fidelity ceiling that we're going to see this generation. I said, I don't think we're going to get to the end of the PS5 and say, oh man, these new games are making Horizon look terrible. In years past, in generations past, you'd get to the end of the generation and the games coming out looked light years better than the games that had come out right at the beginning, essentially leaving behind cross-gen and pushing things further. I just didn't think that was going to happen this gen, and I really don't think it's going to happen next gen either. We're hearing more and more that we're getting depreciating returns on the jump in power whenever you buy new hardware for your computer or you upgrade or these new consoles. That's just not going to be where the gains are. The gains are going to be primarily in things like image quality. So that's essentially what the video is going to get into later today. You're going to want to look for that. Basically saying, you know, you're not going to want to set your sights too high on this. And I also have some information from, not necessarily inside information, but, you know, an analyst who's gotten things pretty correct here, saying when the PlayStation 6 will land. And it lines up with things that I have said about when I think it will land. Overall, though, if we look at this generation, I think a lot of the reasons that people are disappointed are these sort of self-made lists of criteria. I don't know where these lists come from, but people have a list of things that they just don't feel like happened this time around, and it has to do with first-party games or exclusive or maybe too many sequels, too many cross-gen games. And I've got some videos that people that just really think that this has not been a great gen, and I have felt totally differently about it. Everybody's welcome to feel their own way, so I kind of want to listen to what they have to say. I'd love to know what you think as well. And what are you thinking about the next gen? Or you sort of tapping out of the discussion and you're like, I'm just going to go to PC. I don't think this is, working for me anymore. A lot of people are feeling that. I know on the Xbox side, people feel that, but there's people on the PlayStation side that feel that way as well. They just feel like they really didn't get the things that they were promised. So happy to discuss that with the live audience this morning. Where do you land on that? We will be checking in, as I said, on some other things with respect to those Marathon pre-order charts. I warned people not to get a little too excited about that one. Don't celebrate too early. We've got a video coming later this week about that as well, I believe. We did a little segment on that. If you missed it, that's going to come at a later time. So we'll be checking in on that. Plenty of things to react to as well. I know you guys like the reaction content. You like when we pull up videos and disagree with them, or we pull up videos and we take a look at articles as well and kind of react to them. So if you're in the audience right now, good morning, good afternoon, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We got to hit all those different time zone greetings depending on where you guys are in the world. So thank you so much for being here. Go through that ritual, man. Hit the like button. Get us those first 100 likes really, really quickly. And what do you guys think? Like, where do you land? I'm kind of surprised. I went to look to see, was anybody saying that they thought this gen was good, right? And I've got some people to thank here. I've got people gifting members already. Thank you so much. There's a bit of a ridiculous Twitch sponsorship floating around where, like, I guess you don't get paid unless you gift your community gifts members. Well, we don't need that. We're going to do our own thing. Oh, I forgot to do this one more time. Here we go with the wonderful awkward start here. It helps me not have to worry about this. What in the world are we doing here? There we go. What is happening this morning? Professional streamer, I promise you. I know what I'm doing. I know what buttons to press. I need to add that to my ritual of starting the stream, and I haven't done so yet. So the first gifted bomb of the day goes to Sal over there on YouTube, but then to tie things up, Wired Rope's going to drop a 5 bomb as well. It's now 5-5. We're at 110. A little behind on pace, but we can catch back up. Good luck with the snow apocalypse. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're about to get dumped on here in Kentucky. So thank you guys so much for that. We're trying to get to a certain amount of sub points over there on purple. We're trying to get back to at least 500. We're in the 300s. So tell your friends, tell your people with your primes. All of it counts. All of it helps. Thank you so much to everybody who's continued to do that. No double ono, please. That's right. I had it open on my gaming rig so I could see what was going on with it. But I was actually surprised that there were, I couldn't find a single video, and I know this is generally how it goes with content. We all know the game, right? Nobody was saying that they thought this gen was good. Anything I looked for on this gen, people were like, yeah, this gen has sucked. This gen is terrible. What's always interesting to me, too, and I've watched a couple of videos on this already, is they will talk about this gen, and they constantly point to, like, third-party games, which I think is interesting. That's not really an indictment of the gen. I think that's more of an indictment of, like, some of the live service pursuits that some of these companies did. It's also a bit of an indictment of, like, some of the companies that do these multi-plat games. They just try to shovel them out as fast as they can. They're not ready. They're problematic, what have you. I just thought it was interesting. It's like the examples really did not seem to encapsulate the generation to me. It's like, yeah, there's been some stinkers, but I said this when we got into 2026, and I was like, well, here's the most disappointing things, or what I thought were like the worst games of 2025. And I was like, if you only watch that video, if you only watch my list of like everything that kind of sucked in 2025, you could be like, man, 2025 was a pretty bad year. But then if you watch my other video, which is like all the games that I thought were great, all the games that I thought were amazing, it's like you would think that 2025 was amazing. I just think it's really easy to one-side it. Yo, Rissick with 52 months. Thank you, sir. Let me add it to the total. Rissick says, let's go. It's been an awesome 52 months. Don't forget to hit the button. Best channel and great content. Thank you, bro. Sexy comes in with 43 months and a VIP as well. PS5 has been great. I'm not in a rush to drop a bunch of cash on the PS6. Take your time, Sony. Count it. Third-party games this gen. You mean Elden Ring, Expedition 33, Resident Evil 8, games like that? Well, they're examples of bad games, Eugene, is what I was saying. It was always third-party. They weren't like, yeah, God of War really sucked, right? Yeah, everybody knows it sucked, right? No, they would like use like Kill the Justice League or something that Square Enix did or stuff like that. And it was always like, wait a minute. Yeah, there's always plenty of third-party stinkers out there. I watched several JRPG-focused YouTubers. Some of them agree that this gen has been quite good. I couldn't find anybody, and again, we know negativity sells. We know this, right? And to Eugene's point, if you only focus on the third-party stinkers this gen, you could be like, well, it really sucks, man. But then you could look at the third-party games that have been incredible. Elden Ring, Armored Core, as you pointed out, Expedition 33, Resident Evil. There have been plenty of third-party games that have been amazing. There's been plenty of indie titles that have been amazing. But again, if you only focus on the bad, yeah, you can make a really compelling video and a really compelling argument when you leave out all of the good stuff to be like, yeah, everything stinks right now. Survivorship bias is strong in current gaming discussions. You're going to have to elaborate. I'm not sure what you mean. Joker Quinn gifts a member and gets us to 113. Thank you so much. Fuzzy says in the members-only Discord, that's a place that you guys can hang out and type. No character limit, by the way. Great reason to be a member. He says, I feel like the only people who actually think this is the worst console generation are still playing the same live service games they were playing in the last generation. Yeah, it is interesting. Like, I'm wondering, like, what did they play? Like, I genuinely don't get it. I'm like, I don't know what you played. What have you been playing? What have you been playing? I can't keep up with all the games that are coming out. Crimson Desert has gone gold March 19th. All right. I'm still concerned about performance on console. We will see. We will see. I still buy PS4 games because they're cheaper and they get the free PS upgrade anyway. 100% these same people will decry the PS6 gen and talk about how much better the PS5 gen was. Member Plus from Lord Hork says, love my PS5 Pro. It's been great this gen. Just GT7 on the PSVR 2 made it a great gen for me. Read it, Lono. Read what? Let me add that to the total. Lord Horg. What did I not read? Did I stop reading something? I don't understand. Secondary Protocol says, for me, I didn't like how I had to choose between high def 4K to 60. Some games I found lackluster, like the sequel to God of War. Other games like Elden Ring weren't my cup of tea. Eugene says, no one remembers the crap games released in the older gens. They only remember the good ones, but they focus on the bad ones this current gen. Oh, survivorship. Now I understand what you were saying, Eugene. I mean, I think that makes perfectly good sense. It's very easy to go back and be like, yeah, dude, Nintendo 64 was an amazing time, and you only remember the good games that you played, the good games that you kept, the good games that you rented. You don't remember all of the garbage that you played for like an afternoon and then took back. You were reading my comment halfway. All right, hang on. I read your comment halfway. You said, I don't think it's easy to one side. You just look at it overall, but saying we had great games, we had games that flop, and we didn't have enough games before PS6 and Xbox Next Gen, so really it's mid. I just don't agree with you. I really don't agree with you. What I think people do, and I've got a video coming later today about basically saying prepare for disappointment. I think so many of you are just going to be perpetually disappointed, and here's why. I think people create this exterior criteria. Exterior criteria. Jiminy Christmas. Come on down to Saul's Emporium. We got exterior criteria for you. I don't even know what that is. They create exterior criteria. That's terrible. I gotta come up with something else. External. Let's just say external. They come up with external criteria. We're 13 minutes into the show, and it's already time to shut it down. Golly goodness. They have criteria outside the game. It has nothing to do with the game. It's not about performance. It's not about story. It's not about graphics. It's not about gameplay. It's not about combat. It's not about player volition. It's not about innovation. They have all this external criteria, and they're like, all right, here's the deal. Was it a first-party studio? No. Was it exclusive for long enough? No. Was it a third-party game? Well, yes, so that way it's not good. Was it cross-gen? I'm like, wait. Why are these becoming the criteria that we judge a generation on? Where did that come from? Where did it come from? I don't think I've ever judged a game and been like, hang on, hold it, everybody. I'm halfway through the game and having a good time. I need to go look up the developer, and I need to know who owns them. Like, when did you ever do that? Did you do that during the Nintendo era? Did you do that during PS1, PS2, PS3? Did you do that? You're like, you know what? I'm having a good time, but I got to double check who owns the studio? No. I got to double check, is this game cross-gen supported or not? What is that? Where did all these criteria have nothing to do with the game itself? I'm telling you, virtually every one of these lists that you read, every one of these videos that you watch, that's what they're going to talk about. We didn't really get PS5 games until Spider-Man 2. And it's like, I guess we'll just ignore Ratchet & Clank, Returnal, and Demon's Souls Remake. We'll just ignore that. Thank you so much for the renewal there, 28 months from Cat Uncle. I've liked the PS5. There were some disappointments for me, but I've had a good time overall. Well, and thank you so much for the renewal, Cat Uncle. There's also perfect narrative armor that you can use here. Anybody that says they think the gen is good, you can just call them a shill. It's a foolproof plan to just stay negative. It sucked. It's bad. Here's all the reasons why. Anybody who says otherwise is just a shill. And it's like, well, I'm sorry. I was playing video games. I wasn't concerning myself with, was the game cross-gen? Was it a first, second, or third party? Was it exclusive for, only 2 years? Mr. Legta says, it's been disappointing. Both Xbox and Sony lied about the performance of the consoles. I don't agree with that at all. You'd have to substantiate that claim. I don't think... The only thing you could argue that I think compellingly is that Xbox was very dishonest about the Series S performance. I don't think Xbox or PlayStation lied about the performance of the Series X or the PS5. They both performed the way that they said that they would. I swear to frick, if you put 8K on the box in my chat, I'm going to ignore you for the rest of the day. None of that was marketed. Neither company said that you were going to get 8K games. They both put 8K on the box. They both said the devices were 8K capable because that was something to do with, like, you've got to be able to let people know it can do it because of frequencies or something. I don't know. That was not a part of the marketing at all. If you're going to retreat to that, to be like, yeah, both companies lied about the console's performance, they both put 8K on the box. Neither company made that part of the marketing point. They never said you're going to be playing 8K games. Never. And PlayStation has like 1 or 2 8K games, and it can do an 8K signal, but that's not what they sold the devices on. You want to take Xbox to the cleaners for the Series S video and the video they set to private, that's totally fine. But this notion that these companies lied about the performance. HDMI 2.1 spec is 8K capable. Yeah, putting that on the box, the HDMI spec requires it. There is nothing, that is an absolute garbage argument. I'm so tired of hearing about that. We've had a great gen of games, and we keep having to retreat back to, they lied. They told us that we were going to get this, that, and the third. And it's like, what? Where did they lie? 8K on the box. Oh, gosh. Like, where? What marketing? What advertisement? What video? What told you were going to be getting 8K games? I can't find it. I went and looked. AAA games are nowhere near as good as they were previous gens. They're all switching to Unreal 5, and most are unoptimized messes. Yeah, I just think that that's just sweeping reductionism. I just don't think that's representative of the market at all. I don't think that you could say AAA games are nowhere near as good as they were previous gens. I just don't agree. I don't agree at all. This idea that, and I think what happens is there's just this perpetual idea that, like, we can always go back and claim stuff was better back then. It's easy to do. They say did 4K 120? No, they didn't. No. Maybe for 20-year-old games. I don't think either company said you were going to be getting 4K 120. I think they said up to 4K, up to 120. That's common phrasing. That's common phrasing, and you got that. There are plenty of games right now you can run at 4K. There are plenty of games right now you can run at 120. I remember watching all the marketing. I never once thought I was going to walk into this gen playing 4K 120 games. I never saw a commercial. I never saw an ad. I never saw a trailer that made me think, yep, we're going to be playing games at 4K 120. I don't remember ever thinking that. And I was monitoring the marketing very carefully from Project Scarlet in 2019 all the way to now. You know what I'm saying? The 4K, yeah, you can get 4K right now, 120 right now, if that's what you want. You can play games that offer that. This is why consoles need to switch to DisplayPort. Here's the reality, though. That still has nothing to do with game quality. Games delivered excellent performance. I've not played a game yet from a major studio outside of like a handful, like Gotham Knights or something, that didn't run at good performance. Now, we have bugs and glitches. I'm talking about, like, did it try to shoot for 60? Now, there were the Xbox titles that didn't, and everybody went Defense Force and acted like that was no big deal. But generally speaking, the vast majority of games this gen have been right where we needed them to be. You shouldn't say that to mislead your customer base. We all knew it was bogus, but the average consumer didn't know any better. I don't agree with you. I just don't agree with you. You're free to think that. I don't think back then, I don't think there was a piece of marketing anywhere that truly sold you on the idea of you're going to play 4K 120 games. I don't agree with that. I was heavily monitoring, watching, consuming, and looking at the marketing of both of these consoles, and I bought both of these consoles as soon as I was able to. I got a Series X first and a PS5 next. I don't feel like either company told me you're getting 4K 120. Yeah, how many TVs have DisplayPort? Why would you do that? That would be a terrible idea to put DisplayPort on a console. What are you gonna standardize DisplayPorts on TVs overnight? That's not standard. That would be awful. Nobody would be able to use their dadgum. Unless of course you had HDMI out and DisplayPort out. So those of you that like to use really nice monitors could use the DisplayPort out. But I just don't know if they're ever gonna waste time doing that, adding that to the device and its capability of putting that, and taking up space. I just don't know if they're ever gonna want to do that. The number of people, that would do it. Marketing told them to put 8K on the box. Not true. That has to do with the HDMI capabilities of the device. That's false. Move on to something else. If you're going to try to come in here and compel me that this generation sucked because 8K was sitting on a piece of cardboard, your argument's terrible. Make another one. That's so freaking weak. That's about as flaccid as a wet noodle. There's nothing to that. It's a bogus argument anyway. It's silly. Nobody was going and saying, yeah, I'm going to buy the PS5 and get 8K. All of the trailers, all the marketing, all the advertisements for both companies did not stress, focus on, or utter the words 8K. It's not in a trailer. It's not in a tweet. It's not in a blog. They put it on the box because the HDMI capabilities of the box, it can do it. No one's saying that. Are you reading chat? Somebody just did. Somebody said it in my Twitch chat. What do you think? I'm imagining things? Come on. Let's set the 8K thing to the side. Anybody making that argument? Nobody respects your argument. So make another one. You keep making it, we're all laughing at you. Make a better argument. A better argument would be, a lack of first party, a lack of new IP. I'm more willing to listen to that because I get it. I get where it comes from. Some of it's revisionist history. On like how good previous gens were with first party. Some of it completely ignores that games are bigger and take longer now, like cadence during PS3 era of certain studios. They're not going to match that studio now. I'm sorry, they're not going to match that cadence now. Some of it's just, do you really expect that? Do you really expect games that look like, I don't know, the size and scope of a Horizon? Do you expect those just to be coming out every 2 years? That's just ridiculous. That's not going to happen. The original PS5 packaging featured 8K compatibility logo as a marketing strategy. False. It wasn't in any of the marketing. That's not true. Indicating it could output 8K displays when content was available, but it never supported native 8K gaming. It only scaled 4K content. Sony later removed the logo as the feature was never realized for games. The console's HDMI 2.1 port and hardware limitations meant true native 8K gaming like AK60 wasn't feasible, so the label was effectively misleading, leading to its removal. Both companies did it. Both boxes said it. Both are capable of it. It's an empty, stupid argument propagated by people that have no reason to say it. You did not buy the device thinking you were going to get 8K. It's a cheap shot made by people who don't have a better argument because you can just say it every single time and that like nobody is going to say, oh, well, look at all these 8K games I'm playing. It's like there's no rebuttal other than like who in the frick bought this device thinking they were going to be playing 8K games? Listen. You're doing two things. You're either making a really bad argument or you're admitting that you're an idiot. You need to decide which it is. Is your argument bad or are you an idiot? Choose wisely. It's a flow chart. There's two choices. Shouldn't be too hard. If you bought the Series X or the PlayStation 5 thinking you were getting 8K games, Go through this door here, sir. You're an idiot. Congratulations. Thanks for telling everybody here that you're an idiot. If you think it's a compelling argument, it's not a compelling argument. It isn't. There's not a commercial, a trailer, a blog post, a tweet. They never talked about giving you 8K games. It was never something that they stressed or marketing. It's complete fabrication. It's on the box because of what it was capable of doing. Series X has the same dadgum thing on the side of it. It's not on the front, but it's on the side. Nobody bought these devices thinking they were getting 8K games. If you did, you're an idiot. So choose wisely. You either think it's a compelling argument, and it's not, or you bought this device thinking you were going to be getting 8K. I think the HDMI committee, and yes, there is a committee, changed the marketing requirements, says Zubair. C squared 3000 with 35 months says, double dipping got desynced, so here's day one late. Thank you so much, my friend. And then Freddie Jackson with 53 months over there on YouTube. Let me add it. Hang on. The OA, I missed your super chat. People say they promise 120, but the box says 120 hertz, which is not the same thing at all. There were a handful of posts, I don't know if by both companies, but there were a handful of posts that said up to 120. That is super, super common. He still has a point that it's misleading, but it's unrealistic. I don't think it's misleading at all. You can play 8K games. Was it misleading to say you were going to play 4K games and pretty much all the 4K games are not native? See what I'm saying? It's this external criteria. Well, you said 4K. I assumed you meant native, so none of those 4K games count. People do the same thing with upscaling. If it's not native, it doesn't count. So, yes, it's a device capable of 8K. Nobody's freaking doing it. There's like, one 8K game on the PlayStation 5? So the HDMI frequency and signal is capable of it. The device is capable of it. There is a game that does it, and you're like, yeah, but it's not native, though. Okay, well, hopefully you do the same thing whenever you play a game that uses upscaling. Hopefully you say it's not really 4K then. You're not really playing a game at 4K. This, again, is this external purity test criteria nonsense that has nothing to do with the game's quality. You're not talking about whether or not the game is good. You're talking about the technology that's used to give you the picture. Like, that's like saying this game sucks. Why? Well, they use an older version of ray tracing. Oh, okay. Does it make the game look bad? Well, no, but they use an older version, and that makes me mad. It's like, oh, okay. Most upscaling techniques, you can't even tell what's going on. They've gotten better and better at it, and yet people use this as this weird purity test external criteria to act like, yeah, this game sucks. Why? Well, it's not native 4K. Oh, okay. Is the game any good? Is the game fun? Oh, you didn't. Oh, okay. You didn't play it. Got it. It's this external purity test that you're doing to claim everything stinks and everything's disappointing. The Spectre Games, welcome back. Thanks so much for renewing your membership. Sony themselves never ever confirmed the PS5 as a 4K 60 FPS because I was specifically waiting for them to confirm it, but they never did. I'm pretty sure. You'll have to check me on this, but I'm pretty sure that when we went and checked all of the blog pages and all of the advertisements about the PS5, 4K was always separated from the frames. They would talk about 4K resolution up to 4K blah, 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 and then when they would get to the frames, they would talk about 60 up to 120. I feel like I remember seeing like up to 120 hertz or something. I don't know if they ever paired them together. That's like complaining about a color TV because TV broadcast is in black and white. This is my issue with this. The way that, listen to what we're arguing about. I want you to take a second, press pause, and step outside of the conversation. Let's just step outside of the conversation. Pretend that you're not a gamer. Pretend that you're not a gamer and you're trying to decide, was this generation good or bad? And you hear people saying 8K on the box, not native 4K, not enough first-party games. Oh, games are too many games were cross-gen, right? I want you to think about what that would sound like. They'd be like, they're not even talking about games. Are these gamers? They're not. They're not talking about games. If you were not a gamer and you were listening to this conversation, you'd be like, this has got to be one of the dumbest things. What? Like, huh? You'd be like, yeah, I have a question. I'm not a gamer. Were the games any good? Were they fun? Did you put in a bunch of hours? Did you roll credits? Did you have a good time? Did you have new experiences? What do you mean 8K on the box? What is it? What is all this talk about first, second, third party and cross-gen support and exclusives? Like, huh? Were the games any good? So we're going to judge a generation by what? The method of resolution upscaling? Okay. I don't know what any of that means. Were the games good? That's right. DK Baker comes in. And if you try to make it about this, I'm telling you what, it's every single time. If you claim that this gen was good or that you like the games, you're called a shill. They'll be like, you're a shill. You know, playground name-calling antics suddenly erupt into all these, they'll call you all these names, and it's like, I don't understand. You're a gamer. You're purity checking development methodology. You're purity checking how they get you to the resolution or that 8K was on the box. You're purity checking who owns the developer. You're purity checking if it's a first, second, or third party game. You're purity checking whether or not it's a cross-gen game. And then when somebody doesn't see it your way and they're like, I had a good time, I thought all these games were great, you're like, oh, I'm going to call you a name now. You're a shill. You're a pony. You're a whatever. You're an Xbot. And it's like, wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused here. I thought we were talking about games. I thought we were talking about if this gen was good or not. People are ungrateful because they trivialize the technology required to build these games. Full of people that look condescendingly down at the blood, sweat, and tears from hundreds of sharp people. Yo, it's good, Brooklyn Breed. Yeah, but I don't expect people to understand all that goes into development. I don't expect that. I don't. But we have to acknowledge that things have changed. Like, I think it's totally fair to ask the consumer to be like, listen, you can set your expectations however you want, but you're setting yourself up for frustration if you literally think the cadence of games in like PS3 era, if you think we're going to get that now. You're like, man, we were getting a game from this developer every 2 to 3 years, man. It's like, yeah, that's not going to happen anymore. I mean, it can happen, but when they rush games to the market, we all know what we get. We get games that aren't worth the darn. You want innovation. You want new experiences. You want them to take risks. You want them to do new things. Don't do the same old, same old. Oh, also, while you're doing that, please kick out a game every 2 to 3 years because those were the glory days. That was so much better than it is now. Your PC blows away the PS6. Are you a time traveler? I went to the ice cream place yesterday, but they don't use real sugar, you know, and I only like sweet when it's real sugar. A 2-spot from Tony. Arguing over packaging is crazy. Right, Tony? Like, I want to get off the merry-go-round and be like, listen, all y'all talking about how this gen sucked and this gen was disappointing, all of your reasons are, they're just these self-made lists of criteria. And you know what none of them are about? None of them are about the games. It's not about the gameplay, not about the story, not about the combat, not about the dialogue, the voice acting, the worlds, none of that. It's just all this external nonsense. Yeah, well, those were cross-gen games. They don't count. The frick does that even mean? What do you mean it doesn't count? Yeah, that wasn't a first-party studio. Huh? They eventually go to PC. Oh, so? Like, what? Have you played any of these games? This gen sucks. You want to know why they think this gen sucks? The games they're talking about, a lot of them, they didn't play them. They didn't touch them. I'm having a hard time keeping up with the number of games coming out, let alone just determining that they're all bad because they didn't meet some external self-made list of criteria. Well, that game, it's not native 4K. Not necessarily a shill, but it sounds a lot like gatekeeping. What's gatekeeping with what I'm saying? Have I yet said you're not a gamer? I've not said anybody's not a gamer. I mean, I would expect if you are a gamer to, I don't know, you to be playing the games and talking about the games and not talking about who owns the studio. Not talking about, like, if the game's cross-gen or not. Like, have you ever played a game or had a buddy playing a game on a high-end PC and had him being upset because the game was optimized for a weaker PC? Have you ever talked to anybody that plays on PC that's ever done that? Anybody? Have you ever had anybody say, yeah, this game looks incredible. I turned on all the path tracing. The resolution's all the way up. It looks absolutely, it just looks so good. But what really, really twists my noodle is the fact that this thing runs on weaker hardware. There are people with weaker PCs that can play this game. So frick this game. It sucks. It doesn't count as a good game. You would never hear anybody talk that way because it sounds absolutely stupid. It sounds about as stupid as it is. Like, that's the dumbest thing. Like, huh? You'd be like, is the game good? What are you talking about? Why do you care that the game runs well on weaker hardware? Why do you care that they optimize the game and that the engine's agile and can run on weaker PCs? Why do you care about that? Why does that matter to you? You would be like, that person's, I don't really understand that person. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. That's literally what a cross-gen game is. A cross-gen game is a game whose engine, assets, and world and build is agile enough they can make it run on the weaker hardware. They can add all these pretty awesome things to make it look cooler on the new hardware. It ain't no different. It's the same principle. It's the same thing. And yet, that game doesn't count as cross-gen. It was held back as cross-gen. Oh, okay. I hope you remember that every time you look at minimum and recommended specs on a PC game. I really hope you remember that. I hope you remember that basically that means every single game that comes to PC, quote unquote, doesn't count because it's been optimized to run on weaker hardware than the cutting edge. It's operating on weaker hardware than even like the upper edge, not even cutting edge. Are we talking about games? Joe Weaver, thanks for 14 months. Are we talking about games, or are we talking about things external to the games? I'm telling you, do it. Armed with this view, go and watch any video that says this gen sucked. You will be flabbergasted at the fact that, like, the reasons are cherry-picked really bad games. We know there's plenty of really bad games. We know there's plenty of really bad games. I have a list of all the bad games just from last year. If you just look at that list, you could be convinced that 2025 really sucked as a year of gaming, and we all know that's not true. We know that 2025 was incredible. If you're only looking at one side of the coin, you're never going to see the other side. You're never going to know, well, wait, were there good games? You're going to find people doing that. If they're saying, yeah, this gen sucked, they're going to list a bunch of really crappy games. You know, please back on topic. The frick are you talking about, back on topic? Who are you talking to? Is somebody in chat saying something off topic? Let them. We talk about whatever we want here. There is no topic. And you're in charge of, like, nothing? You're just contributing to chat. You don't determine what happens here, my friend. So contribute. You don't try and tell people what to talk about. You're not a mod. So they're either going to have a list of games that were, like, cherry-picked because they're bad, which is extremely easy to do, or they'll have all these, like, self-made, manufactured criteria about, well, games were this or games were that. It was a second party. It was a third party. It was a cross-gen. Yeah, it didn't really run 4K native. And it's like, what is all this even about? Is any of this about the games themselves? We had a bad game this year, 21 days in, Code Violet. This is true. What do you on Marathon can run on a potato PC? For sure. Fair cop. Let's talk about AK for the next hour. No. You need to remember something. You're not in charge. But I am. And I didn't want to keep talking about that. You heard? You've literally scolded folks for being off topic before. Yeah, when they talk about things that aren't gaming related, sure, that's unhelpful. Yes. you come in and talk about like the NFL or something, yeah, I'll be like, hey, come on, we can't be off topic, y'all. We also don't really do that anymore. You'll notice this is not a single topic show. When we were single topic and I'm trying to talk about, like, if I did an entire show about Expedition 33 and somebody comes in and starts bringing up Call of Duty, it's like, whoa, come on, try to stay on topic. We don't do that anymore. We've not done that for months now. Every once in a while we'll do single topic, but very rarely do we do single topic. YouTube makes it extremely difficult to do single topic. Because basically everybody comes in expecting you to be talking about that, and the minute you're not talking about that, they get frustrated and leave, which is completely legitimate. Like, they click on something thinking, I'm going to get a Call of Duty stream, and we're in here talking about, I don't know, EverQuest. Yeah, I don't care about whether or not you're a member, GoPodge. Just don't start scolding me or the chat about being on topic. We're all over the place this morning. Like, there ain't no need for that. The point that I was making is if you go and watch these videos and you're like, okay, make your argument that this gen sucked. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. They're going to point to all of the bad games, and let's be clear. Every generation of every console has a mountain of bad games, from the original Nintendo all the way to now, right? Original Nintendo all the way to now, there is just a mountain of bad games. So I don't think that's a compelling argument, like, at all. You can do that every gen. If you think a certain generation is better, I can go to that generation and probably find a bunch of crappy games that came out. We know this is true. You know what I mean? It's easy. Okay, so I don't find that compelling. So, the next thing they'll do is they'll say a lot of the games were cross-gen. Okay, why is that a problem? They'll never say why that's a problem. They'll never actually look at the technical breakdowns of, like, Ragnarok or Forbidden West or Gran Turismo 7. They won't look at the technical breakdowns and look at how actually very, very highly praised those games are. From a technical aspect to a graphical aspect, they're highly praised. So that's what I always find interesting, is you're going to claim this exterior criteria of, like, yeah, these games are cross-gen, therefore held back, but you won't actually go to the tech outlets and the breakdowns that gave them significant praise for their technical achievements and their graphical fidelity. So do you see how slick that is? Like, they smuggle in this negative narrative, and it's like, well, wait a minute. Are you actually going to look at the games and how they were analyzed by people that professionally break these games down from a technical aspect? No, you're just going to presume cross-gen equals bad. Got it. Not compelling. Terrible way to argue. You can't presume the negative. You've got to argue for it. Right? Like, let me think of a game where you don't presume the negative. You could easily argue for how bad it is. Okay. Mind's Eye. You don't just say, yeah, Mind's Eye was crap. I mean, you could, but if you were going to make a video about how that game was bad, you wouldn't just presume it was bad. You would use all the evidence available. You would look at the graphics. You would look at the gameplay. You would look at the bugs. You would look at the glitches. You'd break down the story. You'd break down the open world. You'd break down the mission flow. You see, it's not hard when something is bad to argue that it is bad. It's like really, really easy. Because there should be ample evidence. If cross-gen is bad, then you should be able to argue why. You should be able to pull the games up, and you should be able to pinpoint why it was bad. They can't do that. You can't pull up God of War Ragnarok. You can't pull up Forbidden West and be like, do you see what happened because these games were cross-gen? No, these games were highly praised. Award nominated, I think probably award winning. I know they grabbed a couple of awards. Highly praised by anybody doing a technical breakdown. So that argument's off the table. No legs whatsoever. You're just presuming the negative. You're not arguing that it's a negative. The third thing that they'll do, right? They will go from, claiming here's a bunch of bad third-party games, right? They'll cherry pick a bunch of bad third-party games. Then they'll talk about cross-gen. The next thing that they'll do is they'll say there weren't enough first-party games. There weren't enough big first-party exclusives. Now, this gets really sticky because they're either going to do one of two things. They're going to ignore how many exclusives that the PlayStation actually got, because there was a significant amount of time where that's all that mattered. Was it an exclusive or not? When I bought my Xbox 360 and my Xbox One, I concerned myself with what was an exclusive and what wasn't. It benefited me for a game to be exclusive or to have exclusive things. So like people that were buying PlayStations, they got exclusive strikes and exotic weapons and things in Destiny, and I got whatever the Tomb Raider game, and then there was something else. There was something with Call of Duty where you got like the Ripper. It was like an SMG and an AR in one, and we got different things in Call of Duty, right? So they'll suddenly act as if exclusives don't count unless they're first-party studios. Do you see what that is? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That is an external criteria to determine whether or not the game, quote-unquote, counts. So let's take Stellar Blade. My favorite game the year that it came out. I had more fun with it than Astrobot. Combat kind of reminded me of a more action ability infused Sekiro. Just felt really good to play, right? And I know people played it for other reasons. I'm not out here gooning a video game character. That's just not me. If you want to do that, fine, whatever. You want to upskirt a video game character and take pictures and post them on your Twitter timeline, that's fine. We need to bring shame back, but that's beside the point. Stellar Blade wasn't a first-party studio, but it was an exclusive. My enjoyment of the game did not go down, up, or move at all in relation to who owned the studio. It didn't. It didn't. Somebody comes and says, well, yeah, but that's not a first party. Huh? What? Okay. Is that... Are we talking about the game? Are we talking about the gameplay? Are we talking about the really great soundtrack? Are we talking about the really cool boss fights and the boss design? What are we talking about here? The studio isn't first party? I find that argument to be completely uncompelling. It's not an indictment of the gen. It never will be an indictment of the gen. But if you buy into a console and you're getting games that are using the technology on the console and those games are also exclusive, we don't need to run to Wikipedias to be like, well, who owns the studio? My enjoyment of Expedition 33 would go up dramatically if I owned Sandfall. That's right, it would. Guys, we're really, really close to 200 likes. We just need 50 more. You guys are crushing it this morning. Thanks so much for the strong turnout. Thanks for all the likes. Check your renewals and check your primes. My enjoyment of Mind's Eye would go down if I owned Build a Rocket Boy. That's right. If I'm wrong, I'll own it. But if I'm right, a lot of you will find ways to move the goalpost. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Hex. So do you see? This generation sucked. Why? And they'll just laundry list bad games. Every generation has bad games. Not a good argument. All these games were cross-gen. No tech breakdown. No analysis of how well the games looked or performed. No look at the praise they received from outlets that do that. Move from cross-gen to not enough exclusives. Been plenty of exclusives. Oh, wait, no. What I'm talking about is if they're first-party studio exclusives. Oh. So all of these things are completely external purity test criteria that have nothing to do with the quality of the games themselves. And then, if you don't agree, and you do what Freddie Jackson here does, Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Ghost of Yotei, Ragnarok, Forbidden West, Astrobot, Battlefield 6, Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong, Gran Turismo 7, Forza Horizon 5, Stellar Blade, Death Stranding 2, Doom, D4, FF7, D4, Diablo 4? Better now, sure. Dying Light, a lot of people like Dying Light. Elden Ring, Oblivion Remake, Returnal, FF16, Gears, Hades, Helldivers, Hi-Fi Rush, Arc Raiders, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, Lego Horizon, Indiana Jones, Cyberpunk, It Takes Two, Split Fiction, Last of Us, Lies of P, Silk Song, Cat Game, Kena, Bridge of Spirits. Like, You can just keep listing game after game after game after game. Lego Horizon does not count. Why? Was talking about whether or not Marathon will suck or not. Saying that a new game can potentially suck is not revelatory. That concern applies to literally every game. Yes, it's not revelatory if you're not actually backing up with analysis and observation, Corey, which plenty of us that have argued that Marathon has no staying power, or maybe they go further than me and they say they think the game's going to suck. They do make observations about what has happened and what has transpired. I think there's ample evidence for your concern to be increased. Let's take, for example, Soros from Housemarque. I see no evidence, no pattern, nothing to cause me concern about the game's quality or fun factor, given the pedigree of the studio and their last game. I think there is far more evidence to be concerned about Marathon, its longevity, its broad appeal, and the fun factor, given everything that we've heard about the development up to now, how much the game has changed, how bad it looked just a year ago. I think there's more evidence to be concerned about that game. So no, not all games are equal, because not all games have the same runway of troubled development that we saw happen with Marathon. Do you see my point? Like, no, not all games are equal. There's a greater preponderance of evidence. Is that the right word? There's a greater amount of evidence to say that, like, yeah, there's plenty of reasons to be concerned about Marathon. There's more reasons to be concerned about Marathon than, like, I don't know, Insomniac's Wolverine. So, like, reducing people's concern about Marathon, or declarations that it'll be no good, or my prediction that it doesn't have staying power from what I can tell. I don't see a lot of longevity. I don't see a broad appeal. I don't see a very big funnel at launch. There's a plenty of evidence and observations for me to say that. It's not just, oh, it's new game, concerned about new game. Yo, see you later, Spectre Games. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not just, oh, I'm concerned about new game because new game. Like, it's like, no, there's a bunch of evidence to justify concern or even criticism of Marathon. If you're really looking forward to an extraction shooter and you look at that and you're like, it's a ton of abilities, those abilities are going to be annoying, I think that's completely legitimate. That's observational. It's based off of what they've shown us. It's not just new game could be bad. Like, no. People that have had experiences with those types of abilities and those types of games have a strong opinion about them. If they played a lot of Apex or they played a lot of Valorant, they know what abilities can do in a game and how it can feel and how it can be enjoyable or less enjoyable in either direction. There can be people that think the abilities look dope. Returnal sold 700,000 units in its first year. If Soros sold that now, it would be very concerning. Okay, completely beside the point, not responding to anything that I said. You're talking about sales after the fact. We're talking about concerns before a game comes out. There's a greater amount of evidence to be concerned about Marathon, point conceded by you since it went unaddressed. Thank you for conceding that point. That there's a greater amount of evidence to be concerned about Marathon than there is for a game like Soros, given the pedigree of the studio in their previous game and the quality that it came out in. Same with Insomniac's Wolverine. There's almost no evidence to be concerned about these games because there's no pattern, there's no problem, there's no runway of trouble. You've conceded all those points because they went unaddressed and you decided to jump to a completely different subject of sales, which has nothing to do with what I was talking about. If Soros sells in a similar degree of Returnal, that's only a concern commercially if the budget exceeds basically what they're able to get off of those sales. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but that is completely irrelevant to what I was saying. I'm not talking about sales. And even then, sales of Soros, if it gets close to 1 million in its first year, given the size of the studio and the budget, I don't know if they're going to be that concerned. It's also not a live service game. So, again, you conceded every point I made by not addressing it. And go back and address them or they've been conceded. I think there's far more evidence to be concerned about Marathon than other games that don't have the same runway leading to them. And this is part of the show today. It's in the rundown. You guys want to check on your top sellers? I mean, people were walking around pretty excited about this, and it's been an entire day. Would you like to see where Marathon is now globally on the Steam top sellers charts? You want to see where it is? I'm still scrolling, by the way. It's in 27th. That's how fast it fell. One day. It's competing against nothing. It's hanging out with Life is Strange Reunion. Bungie's next big game. You guys wanted to walk around all excited about that pre-order rank the first 24 hours. One day later, and you're hanging out with Life is Strange Reunion. I told you not to celebrate too early. I said, it's not competing with anything. It isn't. It's Bungie's next big game, and it couldn't crack above certain games. It's a pre-order. Yes. People were celebrating its rank as a pre-order. Now we're just going to say it's just a pre-order? That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. I mean, we went from celebrating its status as a pre-order, but when it falls really fast, it's just a pre-order now. My mistake. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everybody was tweeting about how it was top 5. And it was crushing it and doing it well. Oh, it's doing so well. But then when it falls, it's just a pre-order. Moved up the charts. Yeah, you know what else was at the top of the pre-order charts on PlayStation? Code Violet. It proves nothing. Pre-order charts on PlayStation have got to be one of the most unscientific things we've ever looked at, because Code Violet was up there. Come on. Either pre-orders matter or they don't. If you think they matter, boy, oh boy, did it fall fast on Steam. I mean, you want to flex where it's standing on PlayStation, what on earth happened on Steam? What happened over here? Why did it fall so fast? This is Bungie's next big game. I actually agree with Paul. That it really is going to appeal to PC guys a lot with the movement and the things they've shown and the abilities they've shown. So pre-order charts prove nothing. I think the pre-order charts on Steam are more reliable because we know how it's ranked, and we've seen games go viral and break out, and then we can see that evidence within the player charts. The pre-order charts on PlayStation are, I don't trust them because Code Violet was up there. And that is a literal trash heap of a game that we're supposed to believe was being pre-ordered in equal amounts to Resident Evil. I don't buy that for a minute. I don't know why it's up there. I don't know how it gets up there. Again, I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning of this week. Don't start celebrating your pre-order charts. My position hasn't changed. Don't start celebrating pre-order charts when it's competing against virtually nothing. Don't start celebrating pre-order charts when a game like Code Violet can sit at the top of that chart. I wouldn't start celebrating that. You want to start invoking pre-order charts, it fell like a rock on Steam. I mean, like a rock. So if you want to be like, but it's going to be bigger on console and the PlayStation pre-order chart, that's fine. I'm standing by the same thing I said the other day. I'm not changing my position. I wouldn't celebrate pre-order charts because clearly the ones on PlayStations are manipulable with what we saw what happened with Code Violet. I refuse to believe that game was being pre-ordered in equal amounts to Resident Evil. And it fell so quickly on Steam. That's a very, very clear indication of the barometer of interest. We also don't know how the rankings even shift on PlayStation. We don't. It quickly shifts on Steam. Every 30 minutes you can refresh it and see games jockeying for position according to revenue that's coming into the individual games. We have no idea how those PlayStation ones are ranked. I wouldn't take that to the bank at all. I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, Marathon's crushing it right now. Look at the pre-orders. You guys are getting way ahead of yourselves. It's a live service game that needs a very full funnel day one. They threw a marketing gauntlet in a valley where nobody else was talking, and they couldn't even stay in the top on Steam for more than a day. That says something. That means the pre-orders have already slowed down. If you think they're just screaming, soaring, raging hot on PlayStation, I have a very hard time believing that, given everything that we've seen. It's competing against almost nothing. We saw a game like Code Violet at the top of the pre-order charts on PlayStation. That game is a piece of garbage. And if you go and look at the review count on Code Violet, because you can't return the game, right? Code Violet PlayStation Store. How many reviews does it even have? We're supposed to believe that a game with this many review scores was being pre-ordered equal to Resident Evil, a game that sold like the last game of Resident Evil sold like 15 million copies. So a highly anticipated, long-standing franchise was being pre-ordered as often as a game that has 3,500 ratings. If this game was being pre-ordered as many times as Resident Evil, there'd be way more ratings there. People would be furious. They'd be dropping it down to a 1-star like crazy. Either pre-order charts are an indicator or they are not. I've said this very many times. I think Steam is easier to look at and feel like it's more reliable. These ones that PlayStation and Xbox do, whether it's most played or most pre-ordered, I've said for a very long time, I don't know, because we see these things spike up like Code Violet and it makes no sense. How did that even happen? How did that even happen? How did that game get to the top? Do you believe, Eugene, that Code Violet was being pre-ordered in equal amounts to Resident Evil? Do you believe that? Do you have evidence in front of you to believe that that game was being pre-ordered roughly the same amount of times as Resident Evil was? You don't get to choose which chart meets your narrative? I'm not choosing which chart meets my narrative. I haven't changed my position. You're just repeating your point because you can't address what I've already said. You just keep repeating that I'm cherry picking. I said at the beginning of the week, don't run to these pre-order charts. It's competing against nothing, and we have no idea how they're ranked on PlayStation because a game like Code Violet got up there. I haven't changed my position. Maybe if you were here, you would know what my position was. You're coming in late. I said this before today. I said I would not bank on these pre-order charts, y'all. I would not start celebrating. I believe a game on its release date was probably selling more than a game that had been on pre-orders for a while. But that's not a pre-order chart. You wouldn't climb pre-order charts with day one sales. That doesn't make any sense. Do you see why it's not trustworthy? So it was at the top of the pre-order charts because of day one sales. That's not a pre-order. That's a day one sale. You'd be at the top of the sales charts, not the pre-order charts. That doesn't even make any sense. Once the game releases, you can't be climbing the pre-order charts anymore. It's pre-order until it releases. So you think they were celebrating before it came out, by the way. They were celebrating being at the top of the pre-order charts, and you think it was legitimate. You think they were legitimately up there. There wasn't any shenanigans going on. They weren't able to manipulate it somehow. We see that very differently. You can pre-order right up until the moment it launches. Sure. And they were celebrating that they were at the top of the pre-order charts before the game came out. All right. It's not a pre-order chart. It's a sales chart. Have you looked at the image? Homie, it literally says pre-orders. This is not a sales chart. This is a particular page that people go to track pre-orders. It literally says above, pre-orders. There's a different page that people go to, and it says like top selling or something. It's a different page. I said at the beginning of this week, I said when people were walking these charts out, I said I wouldn't celebrate so quickly, boys. We have no idea how the PlayStation 1's ranked. We saw a game climb the pre-order charts that clearly something fishy was going on. And on Steam, it was consistently dropping below and hanging out with like Avatar and other games. And we were supposed to believe that it was just screaming on Steam. I mean, do we need to go back and replay the tapes, Eugene? Yesterday, you were trying to talk about why the Quarantine game was above it on Steam. Talking about how it's attached to some big game and it's microtransactions, and the Quarantine game is half the price of Marathon, and yet somehow it was consistently above it. So just yesterday, you were in here acting like the Steam charts, there was a reason. You could come up with a completely plausible reason why it would be below Quarantine. And now you're in here saying, well, the Steam chart doesn't matter. What matters is the PlayStation chart. Who's cherry picking again? I don't think it's me. You want to cite the PlayStation pre-order charts, but the Steam charts just yesterday mattered, and I guess now they don't? Who's cherry picking? I'm not cherry picking. My position hasn't changed. I'm like, I don't think these charts are that compelling. They're going up against virtually nothing. One of them is very manipulable, as we've seen recently. You're not saying either one matters over another. So posting it in the Discord was benign. You didn't. There was nothing behind that. Don't put words in my mouth. Yeah, sure. You posted it in the Discord, showed where it was. It was benign. There was no argumentation behind that. Sure. Get out of here. You did the same thing with Concord, brother. You'll defend it up until it's indefensible. And with Marathon, everybody's like, look at top 5. Look at this on Steam. And now that it's fallen, we're going to run to the PlayStation pre-order charts. Come on. And I'm the one cherry picking. Come on. What are we even doing here? It's obvious that this game is not selling the way that everybody thought it was when it spiked up the other day. And it's for all the reasons I said. I was like, listen, it's got nothing to compete against. I didn't defend Concord after the beta. My memory is foggy on it. I swear we went back and forth on Concord. We watched the trailer. Oh, you're saying after the beta. No, then I'm right on this. Before the game was playable, I was like, brother, this has got no shot. No shot. There has been a consistency from some of y'all. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a more of a trust in Bungie or more of a confidence in anybody associated with Bungie. But I remember distinctly when those Concord trailers dropped, boy, oh boy, we had a lot of people that were like, no, I think this game's got a chance. If you're going to use stupid data to defend your point, I'm going to show you stupid data that counters that. Pre-order charts are stupid data. So that's your position. Why didn't you just say that to begin with? So okay, let's just retrace here then. We see how far Marathon has fallen on the Steam charts pre-orders. And I'm speaking to all of the people that were celebrating it in top 5. You post a picture of it being really high on the pre-order charts in PlayStation. And your point was that it's stupid data. That doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. It's a snapshot in time. It doesn't mean anything. But I don't understand why you wouldn't just say that. You're basically agreeing with my premise and my argument yesterday. I said, don't celebrate. I wouldn't celebrate this as some big victory. It's going up against virtually nothing. There's almost nothing that it's competing with, and it's jockeying for position on Steam with much smaller titles. And you were in here yesterday talking about how, but the reason Quarantine's above it is it's attached to a really popular game, Dead by Daylight, and there's microtransactions. I don't understand why you would be arguing that point if you believe this was stupid data. If you believe that these data points were either inconclusive or not compelling, why would you have engaged in the discussion yesterday in the way that you did, and why would you engage in the way that you did today? What is a screenshot of pre-orders on PlayStation? How is that evidence that the data is stupid? Yesterday, arguing that, Quarantine's outselling it because it's attached to a really big and popular title like Dead by Daylight. Why would you argue that point if you thought the data was stupid? That doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. You would just come in and say, this is stupid to even debate. This data is just a snapshot. It's not compelling at all. And I would have been like, yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm saying essentially that. Don't celebrate. This ranking means virtually nothing. It's competing with nothing. It's a desert of games right now to be purchased, and it's got a strong rank, and it's already lost that strong rank on Steam. That essentially proves everything I said yesterday. I wouldn't take this to the bank. If you thought the whole thing was stupid, I would have assumed you would have just come in and said that. Instead of arguing why it wasn't ranking as strongly against a small game like Quarantine, or this morning pasting a screenshot of how strong it stood on the PlayStation pre-orders. Neither of those argumentative points make any sense if your belief is that the data is stupid. I don't understand that. I haven't changed my position, and I'm not cherry picking. I have said since the Code Violet situation that those pre-order rankings, I don't trust them. It's super easy. I don't know how they manipulated it. It's really, really hard for me to believe. Because if you're going to argue that, like, well, Resident Evil's pre-orders would have slowed down, well, wouldn't that have mean Resident Evil would have slipped from the top if it slowed down? Wouldn't anything newer constantly be going up there and knocking the big game out of contention? Code Violet climbs up there? How in the world did that happen? That's not the first time I've said that. I don't know about those rankings. That seems like you could bot them somehow. Wish list them, something. AOZ, what are you talking about? A video count? I think the video watch count you brought up is the biggest indicator of the disparity in interest between the first announcement. But the video watch count is still healthy in comparison to a no-name game. Yeah, I mean, that's why when I said to Corey earlier, I don't think people are looking at Marathon and saying, new game could be bad. I think they're saying, man, there's an awful lot of evidence here that this game... I don't have a lot of confidence in this game. One of those things that we talked about was a lack of interest from the public. Interest in ArcRaiders went up. You can go look at their YouTube channel. You can look at their videos. It went up. Videos started getting more views. Marathon has been nothing but a downward spiral of interest in everything they've released. If you're going to change the public's opinion, the public's got to be paying attention. It doesn't look like the public's paying attention. Prior to the latest Marathon video, I'm pretty sure no one was pre-ordering it. Now a few people are. I think it's fair to say the prospects have at least improved. They're going to... Listen, I've said this for a while. I don't think it's going to be a complete and utter commercial flop. I think they're going to have sales. I think they're going to have players day one. I've consistently said these pre-order charts, don't start celebrating too early. They're not competing with anything. It's not going to hold that position. I didn't think it was going to hold that position at all. I'm not surprised that it's dropped so far on Steam. Pre-order charts are a snapshot in time. How many copies were pre-ordered that day? They provide no other context. No one should be using those to further any narrative. So at a fundamental level then, Eugene, regardless of what you were trying to argue yesterday or today, what you're saying now, I agree with. And that's what I was trying to communicate yesterday. People are throwing confetti in the air and tweeting and saying, look at where Marathon's sitting on the pre-order charts on Steam. And I'm like, I'd slow down, y'all. I would slow down. And also, if we're going to accept the premise that the game is sitting in an impressive spot, it wasn't that impressive given the context, given what it was competing against. It wasn't that impressive. So even if we grant the premise that, like, yeah, that's pretty good, a lot of people must be pre-ordering it. Not really, given what it was going up against. And now it's hanging out down here. You go global, it's hanging out down here with Space Marine 2, Tainted Grail, and Rust. Confetti? TJ. I was looking at folks on Twitter. Some of these PlayStation boys, and the Marathon fans were like, yeah, what do you Concord 2.0 people think now? It's in the top 5 on Steam in the US. It was never top 5 global. There were plenty of people celebrating it. They thought that the narrative had changed. J-Dog says, it's hard to argue against Lono's points on this game. I'm excited for it, but I also agree with his assessment. Both can be true. You know what's funny, J-Dog, is I've had some people leave comments like that. This one guy's like, you know what? I'm still looking forward to the game. He's like, but I don't think people fundamentally understand what you're saying. They just think you're hating on it. And I'm like, thank you. And to be fair, nobody here this morning is saying that I'm just hating on it. But there have been people, leaving comments and stuff. It isn't hate. It is a very, very, I think, fair assessment of the market and the runway that game has been on. It'll have people buy it. It'll have people play it. I don't think it's like DOA. I don't think it's like a Concord that's going to fall flat on its face. I think it's by the pure pedigree of Bungie alone, I think they'll have people buying and playing it. I wasn't surprised that it was climbing pre-order charts. It's like, of course, it's frickin' Bungie. They gave you an incentive inside of Destiny to pre-order the game. The last time Lono was wrong was kill the Justice League. I'd love to see that happen with Marathon. Listen. If I'm wrong, thank you for jumping back in, J-Dog, with the Member Plus. Let me bump the line to 119. Listen, if I'm wrong, we'll be a month into the game's launch, and the player base will be healthy. The reviews will be very positive. I would say it's going to need some level of a healthy streaming environment. I really think that's part of these games, part of their success. I don't think it's necessary, but I do think it's part of the game's success. I think that's one of the reasons that like Fortnite did so well. One of the reasons that Arcraiders is doing so well. You got to have some level of stream culture, I think, for these games. I think that really helps them. I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm just saying I think that will be one indication that it's doing well. You'll have a healthy player base. You'll have numbers. You'll be able to sort of track and be like, okay, people are playing. People are having a good time. And they're continuing to come back. If that happens, I will be very, very surprised. I will. That will be an insane turn of events, given how these things typically go. Forget Bungie. Just look at live service in general. It is an incredibly difficult thing to pull off. It's incredibly difficult. Like, given the history of live service games, if they turn this around, it will be genuinely surprising. I will be like, wow, they pulled off a miracle. Even those of you that are pulling for it and like it, you know for a fact that that's a big achievement. That's a big turnaround if they pull it off. You said Suicide Squad was a good game, so we should dismiss your opinion on Marathon. I didn't say it was a good game. I made a prediction that it would be good. I thought they were going to nail it. They were way too passionate about it. I trusted the developers. Like, I guess fault me for that. A developer that I trusted and a developer who made a bunch of games that I liked, I said, I think they're going to pull it off. I played it, and I was like, yeah, I was wrong, y'all. The story was fun. Madam and I had fun with it for about 26 hours or so, whatever it was. And then I came to y'all and I said, this is terrible. The live service element's awful. The end game is a joke. Like, I never once came back and said, oh, yeah, guys, this is a great game. It's really going to go the distance. I was like, no. I got this one wrong, boys. I did. And that's part of what I'm saying. I think, to my credit, I trusted the developers. I wasn't paid. I wasn't sponsored. I got no early access. I genuinely watched the developers talk about Kill the Justice League, and I believed them. I thought, these guys are way too passionate about this to screw this up. I trusted their pedigree and their history, and then they screwed up. Like, every great developer is great until they're not, right? Like, we've had plenty of developers where this has happened, which is why I've said, leading up to now, I think there's far more evidence to be concerned about Marathon than like a game like Soros or a game like Insomniac's Wolverine. Now, Wolverine could come out and be Insomniac's first terrible game. We'd be like, what the heck did you guys do? Right? Soros could be a buggy disaster and has a bunch of problems and they phoned it in. I think that's incredibly unlikely. Right? I think that's incredibly unlikely. But that could happen. Kill the Justice League was like a fall from grace moment for that studio. It was unfortunate. The thing is, it was really fun from a gameplay perspective. It fell apart in the endgame and story. Yeah, I did. Madam and I played through the whole story, and we had fun with it. It got a little repetitive at the end, and I was like, I don't know about this. And then I found out, like, oh, this is basically how they do endgame. This is how they do live service. Yeah, this is freaking terrible, and we put the game down. Like, if Destiny was going strong and the PvP was going strong and Bungie had this like pedigree of PvP and all this, like I And if we were looking at the development runway of Marathon, I think my attitude would be much different about it. I think I'd be much different on this. I think they deserve the skepticism. I think they deserve consumer hesitancy. They showcase an alpha. Like that's a significant lapse in judgment. That to me is a sign of like, all right, you guys are on something over there. I think they deserve the hesitancy and the skepticism. I do. I think they've earned it. I'm not concerned for Marathon only because I played the alpha and loved it and what I played. I've said many times it's got a solid foundation they can build on. Well, and to what you're saying, dudeness, SkillUp talked about this. He came up with the phrase, and I love it, that they like to build the plane in the air. I don't think you can do that with Marathon. I don't think you can. Sorry. I just... Also, if they tried to do... Like, imagine Destiny didn't exist. All right? Imagine Destiny didn't exist, and they tried to launch Destiny 1 right now. And they did the same thing they did last time. It was bare bones. It was bad. Player drop-off was terrible. Do you want to know what would happen to it now? It would die, and so would the studio. They got away with it because they launched Destiny 1 in a desert. There was nothing else out like it that you could play. There was nothing else you could live in. There was nothing else you could play that was like Destiny. I'm here to tell you, if they did that today, it wouldn't work. You can't build the plane in the air anymore. You gotta strike when the iron's hot. That lightning's gotta be all the way in the bottle. And I don't think they got it. Sketch with a $5 super chat says, I've gone back and forth with Lono these past few days on Marathon. All love, good arguments. I'm excited for people to play what I played in the betas. I'll tell you what I love is that there are some of y'all that come in here and, man, you stand your ground on this game. And I'm here to tell you, I appreciate it. I do. It makes for a lively show. It makes for fun debates, especially because nobody's being rude. Nobody's calling names, right? And there's a small part of me that's like, I'm rooting for y'all. I'm not going to play this game long term, right? I'm not going to do anything with this game long term. But there's a small part of me that's rooting for y'all. I'm like, all right, I hope this works for y'all. I really do. It's that you talk about jumping through a ring of fire. They've got a lot of things they've got to jump over. I think some of you have acknowledged that and admitted they got a lot of hurdles to jump over. It's a tough hill they're climbing. I'm not actively rooting against it, by the way. This is my prediction. This is my observation. And there's a small part of me that has like this bias to be like, man, I hope they pull it off for some of y'all, because some of y'all have been really, really in their corner. Yeah, I heard Crimson Desert went gold. Yeah. It's not fakeness or anything. Oh, listen, dudeness, okay, and Sketch. I can tell that y'all aren't in here fake. Real recognizes real. Like, you guys, I think one of the reasons you guys go back and forth with me in the way that you do is I'm just saying what I really think. I'm not putting on airs. I'm like trying to act and try to like put on a personality. I genuinely think this stuff. And so do you. That's what makes the debate so fun. It's like, just hammering tongues, just yelling about it. Metaphorically yelling. To their credit, they've listened to the feedback and improved the game significantly. I totally understand the skepticism, but a lot of people, not you, are just forcing negativity. Lono stays far away from having a personality. Shut the frick up, Zubair. I've been searching for a Bungie-like PvP shooter since the Crucible fell apart in Destiny 2, and the only thing that might scratch the itch is another Bungie game. I want a first-person sci-fi extraction shooter on console. Listen, man. I hope y'all get it. I want that for you. Come in 2 months in and be like, you were wrong, Lono. And I'll be like, I was wrong, baby. They pulled it off. They pulled it off. Listen, I was super skeptical about arcraiders, and then I played it, and I was like, they changed my mind. I don't think that's going to happen with this game. I just don't. I don't think so. Now, some of that could be my, not fatigue with PvP. Some of that could be my fatigue with first-person shooters. But I don't think the game can change my mind. I think the only thing that can change my mind about this game is the results. That's the only thing that's going to change my mind. I don't think I'm going to play this game and be like, you know what, y'all, I was wrong. This is so good. I just don't think so. There's too many things in it that just I'm not going to vibe with, so I'm going to have to like leave it to the public to be like, all right, y'all, prove me wrong. Let's see this thing soar, you know. Let's see that player base number hit a steady cadence. You'd be playing Ark if it was first person? Yeah, I know. You hate the third person peeking or whatever. I just did it. With the way Ark is set up, I think it works. I understand why somebody who would want to go in and be more PvP focused would not like the third person. I actually completely get that. That doesn't surprise me. It was a huge problem with like sword peeking in Destiny. I've really, really wanted a first person no build in Fortnite. I think it would be really fun. Not that it would be novel or new or innovative. It would just be fun. It would just be a fun knock around game to play with the boys, you know. 2 months later, y'all, Marathon's good, let's go. Yeah, I become a full-time Marathon streamer. That's right. This guy says, that's why you suck at PvP. Don't play Marathon. It's not for you. How do you know he sucks at PvP? Minstry says, okay, I won't. Had me carry through trials and only did PvP when necessary. You're not wrong. Oh, yeah, I guess he's admitting he's not good at PvP. Skill issue, that's why. They listened to the players and come back and changed it. They earned it. I actually don't have any issue with them listening to the players and incorporating feedback. I don't have any issue with that at all. I think that's exactly what you should do. If you want your live service game to be successful, then you better do that. You better do that. Ark is Rust with a graphics mod. I mean, I'm sure that very reductionistic outlook is incredibly accurate to the, you know, the quality of the game, its substance, and why so many people are playing it. Yeah, that's a very thought out position. TJ Boom with 39 months. You forget about the Warzone heads have been starving for a while. It'd be a good replacement for a lot of them. TJ, I don't see it that way. I don't see Warzone boys hanging with this for very long. I don't see it the way you're seeing it. I mean, you could be right. Let me add you to the total. We're 5 away from the next milestone, boys. I don't agree. I don't think Warzone boys are going to hang with this for very long. It doesn't seem like it's cut from the rug they like to dance on. I just don't think so. Why does Warzone need a replacement? They fall off. I think he's saying there's a lot of people that are unhappy with Warzone. They are actively looking for a replacement. I believe that's what he's trying to say. That, like, hey, man, there's a lot of people that want a good shooter to play right now. I don't think, from what I've seen from, like, Warzone streams and Warzone players, I don't think those boys are going to find a home in Marathon. I mean, I could be 100% wrong, but I just don't think so. Even if Marathon happens to be a decent game, I think the release date is the wrong time. Between Feb 27th and April, the release schedule's packed with huge games. A June release would have been better. Well, Christopher Burnett, it's one of those you're darned if you do and darned if you don't situations, okay? You could be completely correct, and they could have taken a greater risk and said, you know what? We're going to shoot for the summer. I got news for you. The summer is a very, very dangerous piece of territory right now for any game. Because GTA 6 evacuated the summer, which means there could be some big titles that try to scoot up and land in the summer, and then you're facing down a much bigger barrel. You know, You're facing down a much bigger barrel. So that's risky. Those are just uncharted waters right now. Nobody really knows what the summer's going to look like. You could walk into May and marketing could just heat up for some big titles that decide they want to land in June and July. Yeah, I'm going to stream the Xbox Direct tomorrow. Yes, sir. We'll do a waiting room and everything. We'll just chill for the day, and then we'll watch it. It's earlier in the day, isn't it? It's not super late. Isn't it like 1 or something? God bless. Those stinking late day events. What? I don't have it in my calendar. That's unusual. I usually put stuff like that in my calendar. I think it's like midday, isn't it? Anyways, whole year is packed. To your point, all right? To your point, I do think I agree with you. I think Marathon's facing a tough gamut because they're going to launch and then immediately after a bunch of games start coming out. And that could be death by 1,000 paper cuts. I remember specifically, this is an extreme example, so hear me say that. This is an extreme example. But Red Dead Redemption 2 affected like player-based numbers in games like Destiny and other games. It did. That's why I'm saying this could be death by 1,000 paper cuts. There's nothing coming out this year the size of Red Dead Redemption 2 in the first half. You know, GTA 6 is coming, that's second half. But first half of the year, I don't think there's anything that's the size of Red Dead 2, but it still could be death by 1,000 paper cuts. Little game here, little game there, game, and people just start slicing off and playing something else because they're just like, yeah, I mean, there's new games coming out. When did paper become part of that expression? Or is that a Lonoism? You've never heard death by 1,000 paper cuts? Death by 1,000 cuts? I heard it the first time I heard the phrase. I heard somebody say death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's supposed to signify not just a cut, but like a teeny tiny cut. I think there's probably multiple versions, right? Death by 1,000 paper cuts. That's how I've always heard it. Death by 1,000 cuts or paper cuts is an idiom meaning a slow, gradual decline. Wiki's got a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Yeah, it looks like there's other versions. That's just the version that I heard. I've always heard it death by 1,000 paper cuts. You've heard death by 1,000 cuts? Okay. When it comes to Marathon, it's going to have its audience, but not me, says Collide. And when it comes to people saying there wasn't enough games, they were playing the wrong games. You've never heard death by 1,000 paper cuts, but it also makes sense. I think because it's a modification of we would call that a very accessible idiom. It's an idiom that as soon as you hear it, like it's sensible. I think adding paper to it, it almost heightens it. It almost makes it more exaggeratory. It's like, yeah, I mean, imagine dying that way. It would be awful. One of my concerns with Bungie, says Banshee, is that they tend to make games that go for multiple years, outlasting their own interest. They want to get away from Destiny now. Well, they want to get away from Marathon. In their defense, Banshee, they didn't want to get away from Destiny until like the 10th year. I mean, come on. That's a good run, brother. Come on, man. It's not like 2 or 3 years in, they were like, we're sick of this Destiny crap. You know what I mean? They were like, in their 10th year, they were like, I don't know if we want to do this Destiny thing anymore. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say, hey, we've had a good run. We'd like to move on. I don't know with Marathon if it's going to be a matter of their choice or not. Right? It could quite literally be that they just fall below minimum player engagement numbers. I think that's going to be their biggest challenge. Have you talked about PS6 yet? Yeah, we can talk about the PlayStation 6. I kind of did in the beginning, and for about 30 minutes we debated the generation, and then for the last 45 minutes we've been debating Marathon. We can go back to PlayStation 6. So essentially, I've got a video coming later today about how you should prepare to be disappointed with the PlayStation 6. Okay? You just should. I've got a lot to say in the video. I'm not gonna give it all away now, but The springboard to that conversation is Jason Schreier goes on a podcast and he says they'd be crazy to release the PlayStation 6 in 2027. Now, he's citing things that are completely different than the things that I've been saying for over a year and a half now. For about a year and a half, I have said, I don't think 2027's it. I think it's 2028, maybe later, right? Now, Moore's Law is Dead comes out. He's got documents talking about production. He's got like a 2027 is when production's supposed to start. Shipping and sales should be like late 2027. And I kept saying, I don't think that's going to happen. Gut feeling, by the way, I don't have any information. This is just a gut feeling. I felt they could do something similar that the Nintendo Switch 2 did. Switch 2, they had everything running in production and they're ready to go, and they delayed the Switch into the next year, and then they were able to meet demand and have a much more explosive first year of sales. I have argued that GTA 6 is another factor here. Like, I think its delay is kind of pushed timeline. Because if you can all next year have people finally switching to PS5 because of GTA, that's a terrible year to start marketing a new console. I just think that's a terrible year to do it. I don't think that's a good idea. It's too early, and it will heavily depend on what happens with the RAM. That's the other factor that's coming in. So, like, I've been saying this for a while, and I didn't have any reason to say it other than gut instinct. I was like, I just don't think they're going to do it. Now, I'm not a prophet. I didn't know this was going to happen with RAM, and I was just like, I've seen the future, and I'm going to get proven right because there's going to be a run on RAM because of AI, and all these stupid companies are going to mess with the entire economic structure of hardware. I didn't foresee that. I just felt like, I just think they're going to wait for a lot of reasons. They got a really good reason to wait now, because this hardware situation is just, it's all over the place. It's volatile. Nobody knows what's going to look like. Anybody claiming to know what it's going to look like is, probably, I don't know, maybe a little too confident. I've not watched anybody who says they know where it's coming from, so I don't have anybody in mind. But like right now, I don't feel like anybody really knows. I think it's a big, giant unknown. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of worry. You got AI companies and major companies now saying, yeah, we're not making any money on this. And I'm like, good. You get what you deserve. You guys all jumped headfirst into this, and you didn't check any of it. Yeah, and I'm thinking of the platform I stream on. Oh, this freaking obsession with AI causing havoc everywhere. Anyways, it's not making us any money. Yeah, maybe you should have waited just, I don't know, a whopping 6 months before jumping headfirst into all this AI crap. It's so frustrating. Duke Lorfin, thank you so much, with 31 months over there on Purple. What do they think was going to happen? They thought they were going to make a bunch of money. I'm not going to get on a soapbox about YouTube. I'm not going to do it. But they're one of many that did this. AI, this is going to be great. Wait, slow down. Maybe we should. Here we sit, right? So you got all these companies now saying they're losing money. They're not making money. It's not been a profitable venture for them, And so the RAM situation could, I don't know, because of that, there could be a bit of a rubber band snap back, because it's like, well, we're not making any money. A lot of these companies could completely adjust what they're trying to do. I don't know. But I definitely think that's going to play a role in the PlayStation 6 release window, because PlayStation's doing the same thing everybody else is doing. They're trying to figure out, well, how are we going to get things at a good price? How are we going to get production in line? Because if you remember, some of those early leaks about the PlayStation 6, they were going to try to keep the cost of it down. They were not going to go crazy. This wasn't going to be some big power jump. That was one of the earliest things we heard, was that they were trying to keep costs down. This ain't going to help at all. People that understand AI were happy to sell them hardware, like selling shovels in a gold rush, for sure. You see the article that Microsoft basically says we have all these AI offerings and no one's buying them? Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens. This idea that you're going to instruct the customer or, like, I don't know, ham fist the customer into your tech solutions, it just doesn't work. It doesn't. They're going to learn a really hard lesson. Next year, the funding of a lot of AI companies runs out, and there's concerns where the next round of funding is coming from, for sure. Because how are you going to get funding when everybody's looking at zeros on the dollar sheet? Everybody's looking at red, and they're like, ledger's looking really red, bro. I don't know if we're going to be back in your next round. Crash is coming, and we're all going to pay for it. Maybe. We'll see. The people selling the RAM will continue to sell at high prices while they can, for sure. It's like someone inventing a hammer, and then when everyone was like, quick, we all got to buy the hammers in a world where you make your own, but everyone already owns a hammer. Who's going to buy what you're selling? The things AI was good for were already being rolled out. Stuff like photo and video editing, voice recognition, object detection, writing essays, and making art are not the best use of these things. Yeah. It can be very helpful in research to, like, get bullet points on something. It can be very, very helpful to clean an image up. Yeah, but you get into these other territories, and it's just like the power required for raw creation is just it's going to yield really, really bad results. You're basically just burning through, money, and probably making very little on the other end. But in light of this relates to the PlayStation 6, obviously. I don't get into this topic, that often because I've not done the research. My surface level understanding is that's what's happening, is you're burning through cash because it's just really expensive to do it, and return is dependent upon people being willing to pay or advertisers being willing to pay, and it's like, who's going to pay? You know what I mean? I pay like a teeny bit of money to use that one, like, music application. It's like, I highly doubt you're making money off of me. We'll see. But it's related to the PlayStation 6. Like, PlayStation 6 release timing is probably going to be affected by this. Now, my video about, like, prepare to be disappointed is related to another thing that I wanted to talk about today, which is people that are disappointed with this gen. I've got, one. I don't know if I'm going to do both videos. I've got two videos because right now, if you try to find anybody making content about how this was a good gen, nobody's doing it. And you might say, well, yeah, because this gen sucks. I don't know about that. I don't want to sneeze in the mic, sorry. I could find a lot of videos right now arguing that gaming really sucked in 2025. Does that mean it's true? That's called, what, fallacy of the group, I think? A lot of people are saying it, so it must be true. Right? Now, fallacy of the group is not the same as getting a barometer on something's quality. If 10 people say a vacuum cleaner sucks and it starts sputtering after one use, that's not fallacy of the group. That's a barometer of value based off of feedback from consumers that have used it. These are different things. Fallacy of the group is you say something is true because a bunch of people are saying it, right? It's not the same as, like, qualitative judgments of, like, a product. So when we go to a review score, that's not fallacy of the group. We're getting a barometer of something's quality based on consumer feedback. That's not the same as argumentation that says, well, everybody's saying gaming sucked in 2025, therefore gaming sucked in 2025. Do you see the difference? One is, this is true because these people are saying it. The other is, well, this is a group of people saying here's roughly where the game's quality lands. They're different ways of using a group's thought on something. And the reason that you can't argue that everything must have sucked in 2025 because a bunch of people said it is because there's an equal number of videos that says 2025 was amazing. This is why when you go to review scores, law of large numbers is going to come in and say 1,000 people reviewed it. So this is going to give us a pretty good barometer of where this game is landing. Is it buggy? Is it glitchy? Is it running well? How's the combat feel? Etc. Those are completely separate things. So it might sound like, well, wait, aren't you the guy that says, like, user scores are one of the best barometers of a game's quality? Yes. And I use those words very carefully. It's a barometer. It's not an arbiter. Those are different things. Excuse me. If it was an arbiter, we would say the review score is making a truth claim about the game. And it's not. It's a barometer. It's giving you an approximation. Okay? And I believe the videos that are out there claiming that this gen has sucked and this game, this gen has been very disappointing, I don't think they're compelling arguments. And I think they use a lot of argumentation tactics that are extremely easy to essentially, and this is an argumentation tactic that is fallacious, they stack the deck. They essentially only show you the bad. I could do that last year. I have a video right now on the channel. We did a live stream, and I talked about the biggest disappointments or the whatever we called it, the worst games of 2026. I'm sorry, the worst games of 2025. And if I only showed you that video, and then I said, see, I told you 2025 sucked, that's called stacking the deck. I'm only showing you the bad, okay? If I came to you and only showed you the bad scores from the school that you attend and didn't show you the good scores, and I said, yep, everybody at your school's an idiot, you'd say, hey, you're stacking the deck. You're not showing me all the good grades and all the good scores from kids at the school, right? It's not a fair way of argumentation. It's underhanded. It's lopsided. So if you look at the arguments about this gen has been no good, I'm not going to presume intent. I'm just going to break down what they're saying. I'm not going to say, well, this person is trying to mislead you. I'm going to say, listen, I don't think this argumentation is effective because it's a very stacked deck. It's really ignoring a bunch of other factors, and since those things are not included, I think the conclusion is incredibly lopsided. Just like concluding that last year sucked by only watching lists of bad games, right? Maybe what people are feeling is how rare it is to have wow moments in modern gaming. 20 years ago, everything was tectonic that blew our minds. Now it's mostly good, not life-changing. That is exactly what my metamorphosis principle theory is that there is a large amount of gamers, there are a large amount of gamers who, to them, a new game is synonymous with having their mind blown. The first time they played Call of Duty, the first time they played Gears of War, the first time they played Halo, the first time they played Uncharted, it was mind-blowing. And in the years after, we were getting our minds blown pretty equally. You know, like, oh, this sequel's pretty awesome. These games are getting better. They're looking better. Da-da-da-da. Now, you're like, well, Horizon Forbidden West on the PS4 and the PS5, yeah, better lighting and a higher frame rate. But they're like, and this is why I think they say, well, it's cross-gen, so it doesn't count. Because in their mind, that's not the game ascending to some new height. I have a completely different spectrum on it. I have a completely different judgment value on it. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, doubling your frame rate is significant. The lighting and the experience and the vastness of the world, I mean, it is massive to the experience. It's very, very impactful on your immersion within the game. I've had wow moments in Horizon Forbidden West, especially the DLC. I had wow moments in Horizon Forbidden West, Death Stranding 2, etc. But again, and this is where I'm going to keep coming back to the external criteria. I feel like they have this external criteria and they judge the game according to things that aren't even in the game. It's not in the game. You're not saying story sucked. You're not saying gameplay combat sucked, voice acting sucked, world building was lame, this was repetitive, that was repetitive. You're saying, oh, it was cross-gen, doesn't count. Well, wait a minute. That's external to the game. That's not the game. It's not first party. Again, that's external to the game. That's not the game. I'm trying to clue you guys in because we're going to watch these videos and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say, yep, see, that's an external criteria that has nothing to do with the games. You're not making an assessment of the games. You're using external criteria to dismiss them so they don't count. You want to basically justify the stacked deck argumentation. You're trying to slide games off the table so they don't count. Yeah, we can't count those. We're trying to make the score look really bad. And in order to make the score look bad, we got to slide these games off the table. We can't have these games in the frames. We have to come out with a way to illegitimize the games or not count them. Does that make sense? So we're going to watch, at least one video about that, and I'm going to react. And I'm here to tell you, the responses will be very typical. People will say, well, he's just being a pony shill. He's just that. Listen, if the response to saying this gen has been good is to call names, you're admitting that you don't really want to have a discussion. Because to me, it's like, I'm trying to celebrate games. I'm trying to say these have all been really great. I actually think this gen has been very good. If saying that I've been enjoying the gen and I've been enjoying the games is worthy of like that kind of a label, I think that person just admits they don't have an argument. They're just retreating to, the tried and true Alamo of name calling. It's like, well, you don't have an argument then. If they can't engage with the argument, they admit they have none. I'm just saying, be aware of that. That's a common tactic these days. It's like, you presume all these things make a terrible argument. Somebody says, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this gen's been very good. Here's all the reasons I think this gen was good. And if the response is, well, you're a shill, well, you just admitted you have no argument. Because if you had an argument, you'd respond. You'd break it down. You'd dissect everything I'm saying. You'd look at all these games and say, well, we can say it doesn't count because it's cross-gen. Well, why? Why? Make a compelling argument why Horizon Forbidden West and like God of War Ragnarok shouldn't count. Make a compelling argument. I don't think that you can. Because if somebody could make a compelling argument, by now they would have. And nobody has. I've not seen a single person argue compellingly that, well, these games shouldn't count. That's an external criteria. That's some kind of weird purity test. It's just like the people that are like, I'm not going to play a game if there's AI in it. Okay, that's an external purity test. You're not talking about whether the game is good or not. So Arcraiders is a terrible game because they used AI for voices. Sure, that's an external purity test that has nothing to do with the quality of the game. These people are no different. I'm putting them in the same camp. They ain't going to like that, by the way. They're not going to like that, but they know that it's true. You're doing this external criteria purity test. You're not talking about the quality of the game. You're not talking about whether or not it was fun or well-built or that it ran well. You're not looking at the technical breakdowns. You're not looking at the award nominations. You're not looking at the praise for the graphical fidelity. You're creating this external list of ways you can purity test the game and say, doesn't count. So then you don't have to acknowledge anything the game did or talk about whether or not the game was good or not, because that is much harder to do. Sora with a $2 super chat says, you're good at debates, be my lawyer. I'm not going to do that. Is Bungie sending you a marathon code? No. I'd argue that the use of AI is a quality issue. Human voice acting would have been better. I disagree for a live service game for a variety of reasons. I believe they've made a game that has a lot more agility. If they want to do a fun holiday event or do some spur-of-the-moment thing, if they want to respond to sort of like an emergence within the community and they want the voices to be adding that thread to the game, they can do it much faster. Their agility and their ability to react to what's happening is faster with AI voices. I actually think that raises the quality of the game. It puts it into a better, more agile lane as a live service game. It's one of the things I've always talked about. Live service games have to be agile. If you're not agile, you're in trouble. If you can't make changes quickly or update things or fix things quickly, you're in trouble. Arcraiders is going to learn that really quickly if they don't get in front of the map exploits and the cheating. They're going to learn real fast. You got to be agile. Well, if you make your world and your NPCs and your voices agile, because they're AI and they're somewhat immaterial to the experience, like they're there as like extra, they're almost like window dressing. I don't think they're that impactful to the experience. You'd have to make a pretty convincing argument that like the voices from the NPCs in Arcraiders are a significant part of my experience. Like that's just, you're not playing God of War or The Last of Us. You're playing arcraiders. We don't need human voices in that game. I don't think it affects the game's quality in one bit. Now, use of AI voices in a game like The Last of Us or God of War would be instantly noticeable, because you're going to go from professional, highly vetted and respected actors who bring so much texture and substance to a character to an AI voice that will really lack some of that. Well, then I would say, yeah, that's a qualitative judgment that I think is fair. You could say that's actually going to hurt the game's quality if you go AI in a game like that. Voices in Marathon are legit actors. They paid a pretty penny for that. I mean, that's a long list. That's another thing people were kind of celebrating. I was like, you gotta be careful, man. That blade's got two sides. That means the budget's pretty big. That means they really gotta make a lot of money. I don't know about all that, y'all. I don't know about all that. You want to keep a live service. You want to keep a live service budget lean. You want to keep that sucker lean. You don't want some fat, juicy budget where you're like, we got a bunch of voice actors. Those voice actors are asking for way more money than they used to. I'll tell you that right now. They know their worth. Oh, my. I don't think that's the thing I'd be running around celebrating. That's for sure. Where are we at right now? We're about 2 hours in. All right, tell you what. It's happening. What's happening? Peter Dinklage was in D1, and when they took everything he did out of the game, it's fine. I mean, I didn't mind him. I thought some of his line delivery wasn't great, but given what he had to work with, it could be tough. All right, which one do we want to watch? Which of these do we want to watch? Okay, I think I want to watch this one. All right. Now, this one's specifically about the PS5. Okay. Hang on. I don't know why it's playing on its own. The difficulty here is that... You missed Dinklebot? Mm-hmm. Destiny did have a stellar voice cast. You're not wrong about that. Ooh, we dropped frames for some reason. I didn't even see when it happened. Anyways. Yo, what's good, J-Tag? Okay, so I need to... Hang on one second. I want to get the Discord chat back up. There we go. Let me make sure that we're ready to go when it comes time, though. I don't want this to be like awkward. Let's go cap card. There we go. And then
under the TV.
There we go. The play controls now. I don't know what these browsers have done. Play controls on Twitter does the same thing. Like I can't grab the player controls. Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna take that down too. So I need to kind of tee this up first before I do it, because a lot of the conversation about this generation, to me, I agree that this generation of console has been disappointing for one particular side. Okay. So I found a video that talked about the entire generation, and a lot of it seemed to kind of like group them together, almost like smuggling in the mistakes of Xbox being sort of pinned on everybody else and being grouped in with PlayStation. I feel like both companies have been very, very different this gen. So I got a different video from RTG. And remember to support the original creators, watch their videos. Don't be nasty, even if I disagree with somebody, because I don't think I'm going to agree with this video at all. The video says... the PS5 generation never happened, okay? The reason that I'm responding to this video is it's easier to talk about one platform because I feel like there have been mistakes and missteps by each platform. PlayStation hasn't been perfect, but the mistakes and the missteps of Xbox have been far more egregious and significant to the point that I don't even use my Series X. This guy's basically saying, like, he doesn't really use his PlayStation 5, and I want to see why. Like, I don't understand. I've thought this has been a great gen. I thought I got a lot of great games. I'm looking for a lot of the argumentation to not be a bunch of exterior criteria. I don't want to hear about, well, it was a cross-gen game, so it doesn't count. Or, well, it wasn't a first-party studio, so it doesn't count. I believe those things are completely exterior to the game. They're external. You're not judging the gen or the games that have come out. You're creating this laundry list of purity test checks that if a game doesn't check those things, well, then it's bad or it doesn't count. I'm looking for that. That's a common argumentation about this generation that I find very, very unconvincing. So let's take a look at this video. Let's see what he has to say.
Every time I look over at my PS5 sitting over there under the TV, it feels kind of new. Still, like it's a fresh console that just came out not too long ago. And yet this thing came out 5 years ago. 5. And that's the part that messes with me. Because it just feels like things have been too quiet with the PS5. Sure, there were some heavy hitters early on, like Demon's Souls Remake, Returnal, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Those were some good times.
Like, respect for mentioning Returnal. I get real tired of people that just completely gloss over Returnal, okay? Returnal is, I still think to this day, I think it is the best first-party PlayStation game this gen. I can't wait for Soros. I think Returnal is the sort of the most original, most fun. It's the most excellent. I put 200 hours into it. It's the first platinum that I've ever gotten. I don't go for platinums, and it's the first one I've ever gotten, okay? So respect for mentioning Returnal. I'm going to be really interested to see why he thinks it's been quiet, because I feel like there's been a ton of other games and exclusives that have come out since. He's saying 5 years, by the way. This is an 8-month-old video, so this is not a video that he made like in the first year or two where it was like we were kind of waiting for something to happen, and then there were some pretty big releases all like back to back to back. So I'm very interested in why he thinks it's been so quiet.
For a minute, I really thought we were about to hit that PS5 era stride. It kind of had that next-gen feeling. But then, almost like someone forgot to flip the switch, it just all kind of slowed down. The momentum evaporated. And I kept waiting for that tidal wave of exclusive PS5-only titles to wash over me, but it never came.
Okay, so there it is. I told you. There's going to be external criteria to, like, these games don't count. So what he just did is he took one of the strongest years just completely out of the picture. Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, and God of War Ragnarok all come out the same year. These are exceptionally high-quality games. They've been very, very well reviewed. You can look at the tech breakdowns. You can look at the review scores. You can look at the accolades. That is probably like the strongest year as far as first-party studio cadence. That was the strongest year. And with what the criteria is, it's got to be a PS5 exclusive. Well, then that entire year doesn't count. This is my issue with these types of videos or these types of argumentation. You're not talking about the games. You're talking about a purity test. Well, like the game only counts if it's PS5 only. If we get into like, well, the game only counts if it's first party, there's a bunch of other games that don't count as well. It's very easy to come to this conclusion when you have a list of reasons to just not count good games. If we're going to talk about games, if we're going to talk about the quality of games, I think it's really hard to argue that this gen has been bad, or as he's saying, it never happened.
I don't want to sound ungrateful because, yeah, I've played some great games on the system, but most of them, they weren't even made for the PS5. They were cross-gen, like Horizon Forbidden West. Great game, beautiful even, but I played it on PS5 knowing full well that there was a PS4 version out there holding it back just a bit. Same.
Again, that again feels like, number one, I think this is a bad expectation to have. We always know there's cross-gen support for a period of time. We were told there was going to be a cross-gen period for a period of time. And if you understand how engines work, this should not be an issue. It just should not be an issue. I've made this argument time and time again. If you have a very, very high-end PC, you can play a game like Cyberpunk and make it look incredible. Turn on path tracing, turn everything up to 11. does your enjoyment of that game get diminished knowing that like somebody on a weaker PC can play it by turning all those features off? No, absolutely not. I don't think I've ever seen anybody from PC land argue this, that like, well, none of these games are really that great or that impressive because they're optimized for weaker rigs than what I currently have. The way that game engines work, you can make a game with agility. You can play Forbidden West on PS5 Pro, and it looks light years different than the PS4 because cinematic lighting is on all the time. Your frame rate is literally doubled. That is an enormous difference in experience. And then if you play the Burning Shores DLC, okay, yeah, they flexed a little bit in that DLC. There were certainly some things they may have been able to do with the base game that they didn't do, but if you're not talking about the game and you're criticizing the game itself, its substance, its gameplay, then how can you argue it was held back? Like, where do you feel that happened? Where do you feel like it affected the overall experience? It's just like this, again, it's an external thing. Oh, well, it was on PS4, therefore I enjoyed it less. I've never seen anybody argue this from PC world because that's something that's highly praised. Oh, it's a well-optimized game. You can play it on weaker hardware. We get into console realm, and all of a sudden that's somehow an indictment of the game, and that's somehow a bad thing. I don't understand where that comes from. I do not agree and see eye to eye with that perspective at all.
For God of War Ragnarok, amazing experience, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't that seismic leap forward I was craving. It didn't feel like something that could only exist on this generation. And
here's a great counter to what he just said. Here's a wonderful counter to what he just said. If you're thinking you're going to get seismic leaps this generation when something's made just for the PS5, do you think that Returnal blows Ragnarok out of the water? Does Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart blow Forbidden West out of the water? Does the Burning Shores DLC blow the base game of Forbidden West out of the water? No, it doesn't. I think it's, again, it's almost like you're setting games up to be disappointing. You have this ideal in your mind that's not really quantified. It's not really described. It's just, well, it wasn't seismic enough. Well, you've got PS5 only games right now. Do you think they were seismic? No, I don't think so. We're not in an era of time where you're going to go from games you played on PS4 to PS5 and feel like everything has been completely shattered. We're in a completely new era of gaming. That's not happening. And that's not an indictment of the games. That's really where we are technologically. It's like watching special effects from a movie 5 years ago and now watching them now. They've advanced, but it's not like altering to the point that you're like, oh my gosh, my mind is being blown. Things are kind of settling into a more predictable fidelity, and I don't actually think that that's a problem.
This is where my hesitation about the PS6 really comes from. Not because I don't love tech, not because I'm some curmudgeon clinging to the past. It's because I don't feel like I've lived through the PS5 yet. Like, really soaked it in. There's been no definitive season, no golden age, just this long, hazy twilight, you know? I want to talk about the one that got away. If you've ever wanted to see a grown adult cry in a very composed, quiet way, bring up the Bloodborne remake, or specifically, the lack of one, the absence of one. I've been dreaming of that thing for years now, literal years. And I thought for sure that when the PS5 was gearing up to launch, or heck, even a year in, that this was the moment. This was when we'd see that game getting the treatment that it deserves.
And here's the thing. As often as I bring up Sekiro as my favorite FromSoft game, and I say that it's the king, and people invoke Bloodborne, and I'm like, I'd play it if we could get it. You got to understand something, though. This is just one more thing that tons of people would have complained about. They would have been like, yep. Yeah, here we go again, another remake. That's all we get are remakes, right? We get a bunch of remakes and remasters. So I get where he's coming from, but that also could have been used as an indictment of the gen that there's too many remakes and remasters. So, like, it's a bit of a lose-lose for PlayStation. They gave great treatment to The Last of Us Part 1. It truly looks like a next-gen game, and I believe that's the best way to experience the game. There's a huge difference between the PS3 or the PS4 port or the remaster. It is a completely different experience. Right, the remaster of Part 2 as well. I think these are excellent, excellent treatments of some of their best content. So I get where he's coming from, but he's got to understand, for every person that would have been like so excited that they did with Bloodborne, you'd have a ton of people doing the same thing. This gen sucks. It's just a bunch of remakes and sequels. That's a common complaint about this gen that I don't agree with. But that's what people would say, I think, in response to this if it would have happened. And I would have been thrilled because I've wanted to play Bloodborne at 60 FPS for a long time. I'm not playing it at 30.
You know, a full-blown remake or even a really solid remaster. running at 60 FPS, loading in a blink. And I thought who'd better to make it happen than Bluepoint. Those guys nailed the Demon's Souls remake. It's one of the most beautiful games on the console, period. And I just assumed, probably naively, definitely naively, that Bloodborne was next.
I really don't want to keep doing this, but I really feel like there's an inconsistency in his position already. So he would have been really, really thrilled to get a game remastered and given the 60 FPS treatment, and that would have been really exciting for him. But Horizon Forbidden West being cross-gen is a problem. I feel like that's a logical inconsistency in the position, because Horizon Forbidden West with significantly better lighting, cinematic lighting, and double the frame rate. It's a 60 FPS game on the PS5 versus the PS4. That's not good enough. That's not seismic enough. But you're indicting this gen as well for not giving you that in Bloodborne. That feels like a logical inconsistency in the position.
That they were building it up in secret, that it was just a matter of time. But then I heard the news that Bluepoint was working on some God of War live service game. Dude. Just let that sink in for a moment.
This is one of the most fairest criticisms that anybody could make. I'm fully on his side on this. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. I think having single-player studios work on live service makes no sense. Having Bluepoint, why is Bluepoint working on a live service God of War game? Listen, somebody somewhere's got to answer for that, because that was a terrible idea. Totally agree with him on that point. This is where PlayStation is worthy of criticism for some of the stuff they did this gen, and this is one of the times.
Just let that sink in for a second. Bluepoint, the studio that gave us arguably one of the best remakes in modern gaming, period. The ones who understand atmosphere and tone and faithful recreation in a way few others do, working on a freaking live service game based on a franchise known for its tight single-player storytelling and methodical richness. I'm not gonna lie, that infuriated me.
I like this guy. I like the fact, number one, I like he's not cursing and swearing. That helps me as a safer work broadcaster reaction to his content, right? Reacting to his content. I also like his vocab, right? Well spoken. I love the scripts. It's well written. I like this guy. I'd like to have him on and discuss this with him, because I think what he's saying is completely fair. Taking a studio with that kind of pedigree and having them work on a live service game is just, what a mistake.
I'm no businessman. Heck, I probably don't even have an IQ above 90, or I don't know. I'm not that smart. But I just think that if you want to run and maintain a successful business, you should give the audience what it wants, especially when that audience is clearly screaming to you exactly what it wants, like year after year, consistently nonstop.
We do need to invoke what Shuhei Yoshida said about this, though. Without Miyazaki, it'll probably never happen. Miyazaki literally just in an interview talking about how important Bloodborne is to him. We have to remember that. We can't really pin this all on PlayStation. Some of this is quite literally because of Miyazaki. That's being cited in chat by AOZ. I was going to do that even before you typed it. We can't keep ignoring that. It's not as simple and as clean as like, yeah, PlayStation can just do whatever they want. They want to maintain a good relationship with Miyazaki. Like, this is the man himself. You don't want to upset him or ruffle his feathers by just doing whatever you want with Bloodborne. Shuhei Yoshida seemed to believe that's why it hasn't happened yet. So again, totally fair to criticize what they had Bluepoint working on, but you can't keep hammering away on the Bloodborne thing for too long, because again, that's not wholly on PlayStation.
We want freaking Bloodborne? Hello? And you have a team that can clearly do it and do it well, probably better than no one else out there? And you put these guys on a live service game. You're fired, Sony. You are fired. Anyways, though, I know what you might be thinking. Like, hey, there have been games. You're being too hard on it. And sure, let's run the list. We've got Returnal, Ratchet & Clank, Demon's Souls, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, again, cross-gen, Final Fantasy 16. There's a handful of others if we stretch it. Ghost of Tsushima, Director's Cut, a PS4 game originally. The Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection. A few decent indies, and yeah, a smattering of third-party releases that ran better on the PS5 than PS4.
There's also a ton of exclusives. I don't know if he's going to list them, but there was games like Rise of the Ronin, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. There was Stellar Blade. Helldivers you couldn't play on any other console until recently, so that was a console exclusive. There were plenty of third-party exclusives. There were plenty of second-party games. He also left out Gran Turismo 7, Forbidden West, and Ragnarok. Again, that was like the strongest year as far as first-party cadence is concerned. There's been plenty of exclusives that have been just hitting every year with cadence. When we looked at the list of exclusives that this gen has had for PlayStation players, it's actually very impressive. If you start not counting them because, well, it wasn't a first-party studio, it was cross-gen, well, then, yeah, I mean, you can make any list at that point. Like, it's that, again, that feels like you're kind of stacking the deck. It doesn't feel like you're being fair to what's been playable this gen. What's been only playable on PlayStation this gen. Now, yes, some of these games also hit PC, or they ported later, but day one for a year, 2 years, sometimes 3 years, a lot of these games were only playable on PS5. So, again, I feel like when you do the external purity test thing to discount games, I don't feel like we're talking about games at that point. I feel like we're talking about your own preset, disposition and preferences. We're not talking about the quality of the games when we get into that discussion.
But doesn't it feel a bit thin for 5 years?
No.
I mean, in total game count, I'm talking about signature moments, things that define a generation.
Yeah. Death Stranding 2 took my breath away many times. Forbidden West did. Ragnarok did. The story in Ragnarok was phenomenal. Yote's absolutely gorgeous. Astrobot was so fun, so charming. Stellar Blade was like my favorite game the year that it came out. I put a ton of hours into Rise of the Ronin. Spider-Man 2's traversal's freaking mind-blowing. Like the fact that you're able to travel that fast in a game. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. These are experiences I've never had before. I mean, I don't know. It is different. Everybody's different. Maybe none of these games landed on him that strongly, but yes, I have had those moments this gen. I have. Now, maybe you could say, you're a latecomer, Lono. You weren't there for PS3 and PS4, so these things have stronger potency. That's fair. I think that's fair pushback. That maybe these games have stronger potency with me because I'm a latecomer. Maybe. And maybe it doesn't land on you. If you've been rocking with PlayStation since the early days, I could see maybe why that would be the case. But man, does this feel like self-inflicted wounds here. This doesn't feel like you're actually doing assessment of the games. It just doesn't.
PS2 had GTA 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Shadow of the Colossus. PS3 had Uncharted 2, The Last of Us, Little Big Planet. PS4 had Bloodborne, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn. What's the game that defines the PS5?
Yeah. Okay, so see, I didn't pre-watch this. I'm telling you, I wonder if that's what it is. I really do. I wonder if I have more of a predisposition to be like, these games are so incredible because I didn't go through that era that he just listed, so maybe it's harder to wow him now. I've talked about this before. I call it the metamorphosis principle. You basically go through a metamorphosis every time you play a game. Every time you play a game, it sets expectations for the next game. And for a very long time, every time you played a new game, it felt mind-blowing. It felt tectonic. That's not going to happen now because the graphics and the performance are better, but they're not worlds better, okay? So now that then feels like it's diminished. It's like, well, this isn't as good because that's not happening. Well, you've gone through a metamorphosis. Instead of analyzing the game and what it offers, you're analyzing the degree to which it's better than the previous. Like, is the frame rate 10 times higher? Is the resolution 10 times higher? Like, is the lighting 10 times better? Like, you're expecting that level of, as he said, like seismic difference. And why? Well, that's what happened in the past. Because that's not happening now, we indict the games. And that's why I don't agree. I feel like that's an external criteria. That's not something that's actually about the game and what the game offers. It's this external expectation that you have before you play the game that sets the game up to be disappointing, because that's just not going to happen at all. We are not in that era of time anymore.
I'm still waiting on that, if you ask me. If I think really hard about it, maybe Demon Souls Remake. For me personally, maybe even Returnal. Returnal is a tremendous game. Just
Agreed.
Phenomenal, in my opinion. And I can't wait for that spiritual successor for it to come out. I think it's called Saros or Saros. I'm not pronouncing that right, but you know what I'm talking about.
I like this guy. Oh.
And it's not just about how many exclusives we got. It's the spacing of them. I think that's what's really bothering me, because we do have a decent amount of games on the PS5 that are exclusive to it, but it's just the spacing of it, how long they take to come out. The console launched with a bit of heat and then entered this weird drought. Even now, 5 years in, the release schedule feels light. I just think that Sony is...
I just don't agree. I don't have that perspective at all. And again, I wonder if you actually go through and laundry list all the exclusives and don't move games off the list because they're cross-gen, or move games off the list because maybe they were also on PC. Like this year, you've got Phantom Blade Zero, you've got Saros, you've got Wolverine. I know for a fact there's 2 or 3 that I'm forgetting that aren't first party, but the cadence of exclusives has actually been very good. It's just that they're not being counted for some reason. Like, why aren't you talking about Grand Blue Fantasy Relink or Rise of the Ronin or Stellar Blade or Final Fantasy, 7 Rebirth and the remakes, basically? Why aren't we talking about those? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why aren't those being listed? Those have actually kept a very good cadence of exclusives on the platform. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's my perspective on it at all. I don't share his perspective on this.
It's going through a bit of an identity crisis. Back in the PS4 days, Sony knew who they were, They were the single-player powerhouse, the studio that gave you rich, story-driven adventures that you actually wanted to play alone. You didn't need a buddy, you didn't need a ping system or a battle pass, you just needed a controller, a couch, and a few solid hours to lose yourself in something incredible. Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, Bloodborne, even Days Gone. I really enjoyed Days Gone. Say what you will about it, but that game had ambition. I think it swung for the fences, and you just got that sense that Sony believed in those types of games. Like, yeah, this is our thing. This is what we do best. And then something shifted, man.
No, I don't think so, because a lot of the games that you're not counting are excellent evolutions or iterations in the games you just listed. Ragnarok's story is incredible. The free Valhalla update was awesome. Like, Forbidden West and Burning Shores are excellent pieces of game content. They're incredible. Like, now again, I think he made this maybe before he had played like Yote or Death Stranding 2. Like, I thought those were just such great games last year. They were so good. I do not agree with that at all. I don't feel like they've lost their way. I feel like their single-player games have been at their best. Like, I feel like they have absolutely been at their best. Now, this is one of the issues, though, and this was in another video that I don't know if we're going to react to it or not, but this idea that sequels are somehow disappointing, like, where's all the new IP? Well, everything he just said is why you're getting lots of sequels. Those games were incredible. God of War 2018, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man 1, Horizon Zero Dawn. All these games did so incredibly well and were praised to such a degree, they all got sequels. And so that's one of the reasons why this gen for some people is just landing weaker, because you're not seeing those games as celebrations. You're seeing them as like degradations, when, if anything, I think it's the opposite. I think those games are all wonderful step up from the previous game that they came from. I don't know. I don't see it the way he does at all. I feel like we've gotten so many great single player games this gen.
Something along the way, maybe it was the pressure from investors or the growing success of Fortnite, probably most definitely the growing success of Fortnite. And, someone probably just getting a little too excited about recurring revenue charts. Sony decided that they wanted to chase live service hard too. Like, not dabble in it, not experiment with it, but full on pivot to it.
That's not true. I'm sorry. That's not a matter of opinion. They did not full on pivot to it. If you look at their financials, their projections, and how much money they budgeted, they're spending more on the single player tentpole titles than they ever have historically. They increased that spend pretty significantly. And then they also increase their spend in live service. Yes, criticize them for the Blue Point thing. Criticize them for Ben's studio working on something. All that's been canceled. I know that's disappointing. Concord wasn't one of their studios, right? It was a big, huge fumble, but it wasn't like they had one of their studios working on a game. That was something that Firewalk did on their own. That had nothing to do with PlayStation before. It wasn't like they went to Firewalk and said, hey, make this. Yes, PlayStation made a huge mistake buying them and thinking that the game was going to be huge, but like, they have not pivoted the live service away from single player. That is completely not true at all.
Suddenly, they just weren't supporting a few multiplayer projects here and there. They were talking about launching 12 live service games. 12? Bro,
yep.
That's not exploring new territory. That's a full-blown invasion. And look, I'm not anti-live service. There's room in the industry for all kinds of experiences. The problem isn't that Sony is trying something new. The problem is what they're sacrificing in order to do it. Studios that were built around strong single-player storytelling games being reassigned and repositioned to live service games, dude. Those time and those resources that could have gone into making the next big solo adventure spent on multiplayer maps, seasonal cosmetics, and back-end infrastructure for online services that might not even survive a year post-launch.
See, here's the thing is if you're going to make this point, you need to supply evidence. And all you have is Bluepoint and Bend. That's all you have. You don't have a bunch of other studios that did that. Like, yes, I'm on your team and I'm on your side if you're going to criticize PlayStation for doing that. I think that was a terrible idea, okay? I don't think you can act like, yeah, the whole company's completely pivoted away from single player and they have all these studios working on what he just laundry listed. If you don't supply the evidence, I don't think it's a very compelling argument because there's not a ton of studios that did this. It's frustrating, yes, but it does not represent the whole picture. It simply doesn't. It's one piece of the picture. I just think that's too sweeping. That's just far too sweeping. They should have made factions too. The Naughty Dog situation is different. I don't include that because that was something Naughty Dog made the decision on their own to do in like 2019. I think they were inspired by Fortnite. And they also made the decision on their own to cancel it after they met with Bungie. That was their choice. They didn't want their studio to have to pivot to becoming essentially a live service studio, which was the right call. That was not a PlayStation initiative, though. That was their own initiative. And again, that was a huge waste of time, but that is not at all something that shows a sign of like PlayStation or SIE pivoting away from single player games.
I don't think it's just about the games they're making. I think it's about the values that they're shifting away from. If you ask me, that's why the PS5 feels like it's lacking a soul. But
if they were shifting away from that, we wouldn't have gotten Yote, we wouldn't have gotten Stellar Blade, we wouldn't have gotten Death Stranding 2, we wouldn't have Saros, Phantom Blade Zero, and Wolverine coming this year. I don't think there's evidence that they've shifted away from this. I think there's evidence that they're maintaining that identity while also trying to do live service. They've made a ton of money with MLB The Show as live service, Gran Turismo 7's ongoing live service, Helldivers 2's ongoing live service, Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls is coming out, probably going to make them a bundle of cash. Like, they're doing both. I don't see it as a pivot. I don't see it as a sacrifice. I'm getting a very, very steady cadence of single-player games that have either been exclusive or from first-party studios.
Don't get me wrong. They would be fools not to chase some of that live service type of stuff. You just can't deny, like, when you look at how much money Fortnite is making every single day, if you're a business, you're going to want some of that too. But it shouldn't be at the cost of sacrificing some of your best single-player developers. Because you can't get that time, that focus, and that energy back. You know, once it's gone, it's gone. Let me go back to Bluepoint for a second because, honestly, I'm still salty about it. Bluepoint was in such a unique position after Demon's Souls. They had this momentum, this goodwill, this trust from the community. People were ready to crown them as the next great studio for remakes. Heck, maybe they already had the crown. I forgot about Shadow of the Colossus. That remake was amazing. But it felt like they were on the verge of stepping out of that shadow of just being the remake team and becoming something even bigger, possibly.
And they still are too. He I don't know. He might be unaware of this. They still are working on a brand new IP. That was reported on. They didn't stop working on that new IP. They were also in the very, very early stages when the report hit. It was the very early stages of like sketching out and scoping out a God of War live service game. They did not pivot them away from their other project. That's another thing that I think is really helpful to remember here. They were not like in the midst of heated development in like years. They were in the very early stages of the God of War. Bend is the one that was working a lot more in the live service development phase. Like they were actually building the game and had like prototypes and stuff.
And Sony had the perfect opportunity to build on that success. Just give Bluepoint the Bloodborne remake, please. Give them something bold and beloved to breathe new life into. Something that would have defined the PS5 era. I mean, it could still happen, maybe, hopefully. I don't know, though. I mean, maybe it's happening right now. I don't know. But anyways, they hand them a God of War live service project. I can't. Like, what are we doing? For real. What are we doing? Anyways, let's move on to another topic. One of the things that used to make PlayStation was how it set the tone for gaming. It didn't seem like it was reacting to what was hot. It was leading the conversation. It was saying, hey, check this out, and the rest of the industry would follow. But it's been the other way around lately. Live service is the perfect example of that. Instead of doubling down on what made them, Sony's been chasing the same trends as everyone else: multiplayer shooters, hero-based PvP, persistent online worlds. And, like I said earlier, I understand it. I get that temptation, but I hate it. I just do.
Again, I feel like there's an inconsistency in the position here. To say you want them to double down and then to not count the overwhelming amount of sequels that we have gotten this gen, as well as remasters and remakes of like Days Gone, Last of Us 1 and 2. Like, I don't understand. They quite literally have doubled down on the things that they're known for. You have an overwhelming amount of them doing that. That's been the trend. That's like one of the complaints, is that it's too many remakes, remasters, and sequels. That's quite literally the thing that I thought that sounds to me like that's what he wants. You've got Demon's Souls Remake, Returnal, Ratchet & Clank, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, God of War Ragnarok, Yote, Death Stranding 2, Sorrows, Wolverine. These are all games doing exactly that. They're doubling down on the thing that they're known for. That's a big list of games. That's a big list of games that are doing that thing. They're capitalizing and adding on to the thing that was so great last gen. I don't get it.
You saw what happened to Concord. You see what's going on with Marathon. I mean, Marathon is still in alpha, but yeah, that's not looking too good.
And I agree with him about Marathon, but again, we have to have nuance here. Marathon was a project in incubation at Bungie before acquisition. That's not a PlayStation initiative. They didn't go to Bungie and tell them to do that. If anything, Bungie had too many incubation projects, and they're getting restructured by PlayStation right now. Like, you can't pin Marathon to PlayStation, just like you can't pin Redfall to Microsoft. It's like Redfall was a ZeniMax initiative because they wanted more multiplayer games and live service. Redfall was a terrible idea. It had nothing to do with Microsoft. Microsoft inherited Redfall. PlayStation's inherited Marathon. You can't pin it to them. I don't think that's a nuanced way to look at it.
I'm just sick of it. I am sick of this live service push. And it's just that Sony has a gold mine with single player games. You know how they keep remastering and remastering the remasters of their current games? Dude, they could pull back from the PS1, the PS2, the PS3 generation, and remake so many bangers it's ridiculous. Like, if they're in a position right now where they might be creatively bankrupt, all they gotta do is look backwards. Just randomly pick one of them. Remake it and you win.
The one guy from Sucker Punch spoke to this, though. The issue is that nobody wants to do that. None of the developers want to do that. That nobody wants to go back and remake and remaster these old franchises. Number one, I don't think there's market demand for it. Number two, you want the devs to be passionate about it. You don't want them just going back to do like some run through the greatest hits. You know what I mean? Like that's not a good call. You don't want them doing that if they don't want to do it. And secondly, that would be once again criticized as, well, we're not getting anything new. We're not getting new IPs. We're just getting rebakes and rehashes of old stuff. That would just be another list of complaints about the gen if they would have done that. I'm kind of glad they didn't, because I don't think those games would have sold all that particularly well, because I don't think a lot of people even remember those games or care about them.
I don't know. Remake Heavenly Sword. Remake Uncharted 1, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3. Just remake them. I'll play them.
No.
Remake those first 3 God of Wars. I'll play them. Heck, go even further back. Remake Siphon Filter. Jumping Flash. I don't care. Why not remake Tekken 1, Tekken 2, Tekken 3? Just think outside of the box, man. You've got an infinite amount of amazing games from way back in the day that you can remake and make bank. Because I show...
This is why I keep saying, when you come to the gen with your own list of like external checks of what makes it a good gen, there are plenty of people that would be screaming at him right now and saying, why would you want this gen to be a bunch of remakes and remasters of old games? Why? There are people that hate that about this gen. They think we've gotten too many of remakes and remasters this gen, and it's not even that many. It's not, and yet people are mad about it. Like, again, those people have a different list than him. Instead of making it about the games, you're making it about this list of things that you think they should have done and or didn't do, and it's like, that's not how I judge games.
Show up for every single one of them. This doesn't mean you have to drop the live service thing, but you should, I don't know, man, you should be opening up studios focused on digging in the crates and kind of dusting some stuff off and, remaking them. I think there's a huge audience for this type of stuff. Because the vast majority of us are, graybeards. I've been around since the PS1. I've been around even before the PS1, and I've been there for every generation. The 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you have too. And I'm just the type of guy who won't hesitate to buy a proper remake. Like the Oblivion remake, tremendous. I can't stop playing it. When that Silent Hill 2 remake dropped, I was all over it. Those Resident Evil 2 through 4 remakes, all over it. No hesitation. I picked them up ASAP. What about Sly Cooper? What about Jack and Daxter? Come on, man.
I'm telling you, the demand for those games to be remade is virtually non-existent. Y'all got to let that go. And the guy at Sucker Punch literally said it. Nobody wants to work on that right now. They want to make new stuff. They want to make new games. They want to expand on the Ghost franchise. They don't want to go back and remake these games. Nobody there is not a huge, giant demand audience for these games. There just isn't. I'm telling you, there isn't.
Sony's got an arsenal of bangers. It doesn't even make sense. But I think I'll leave the video off here. I've got another idea to talk about why I'm not ready for the PS6, because I'm really not ready for the PS6. There's been talks of it potentially coming out like around 2027, and that doesn't make me happy at all. This is the first console generation where I am completely and absolutely not ready for the next one. There is too much unfinished business with this PS5 to even be thinking about a PS6, in my opinion. COVID definitely had something to do with it. I think we're in this strange time warp. I don't know, time is just weird and it doesn't make sense anymore. But anyways, I think we've got some serious unfinished business with the PS5 to even think about a PS6 right now. And I think I'm going to reserve this thought for another video. For now, though, I'm going to get out of here for now. Share your thoughts in the comments. Subscribe. Give me a like. And I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, guys, remember to support the original content. I'll link it in the chat, and we'll link it below as well. I mean, and I'd actually like to have him on the show, because I agree with him about the PS6, and he made that 8 months ago, and he's being a little prophetic because it doesn't look like it's going to be coming out, and I tend to agree with him. We can wait a little while and get more out of this gen. But I also think, listen, if he's worried about cross-gen and that's a big indictment of this gen for him, I got bad news for him, man. I think there's going to be a very long window of cross-gen in PS6. So he's not satisfied with this gen. I really wasn't compelled by the way he argued it, but I appreciated at least he acknowledged Returnal and some of the other good games this gen. But I continue to think if you come to every gen with a list of these purity tests, you're probably always going to be disappointed. I just think you're always going to be disappointed. You're never, ever, ever going to be satisfied. There's always a reason to say a game doesn't count or a game isn't good or whatever. Like it's, you know what I mean? It's extremely easy to do that. Here, I'll put the link in chat if you guys want to support the original video. If you leave comments, be respectful. You can say, I don't agree, man. I think these games are great. I don't agree. I don't think those remakes would do well. I've got to thank some people that did some stuff during the reaction that I didn't want to respond to. Optimized Nordic with 29 months says, these Xbox influencers always lean on COVID as an excuse why Xbox Series XS failed in the beginning of the gen. If COVID never touched PlayStation, thank you so much. Amskin with 18 months. Let me add those to the total. Oh, hang on. Let me add those to the total. And then some super chats came in. Hidden Siri with a $5 super chat. At least last gen, all I remembered hearing was that Sony needed more multiplayer games. And then a $10 super chat from the OA. It feels like his disappointment with Bluepoint not doing Bloodborne, but a live service was the base route for his video, and he just shaped his argument to fit the narrative. The fact that he kind of kept coming back to Bluepoint, I tend to agree with you. I think that really hurt. And that basically became like the shade of the glasses. Like he just kind of looked at the landscape of what PlayStation's done, and it was just like, yeah, I think this gen has been incredibly disappointing. If you're going to ignore the year that Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, and God of War Ragnarok came out, that entire year gets ignored because they're cross-gen, I think that's an incredibly unfair way to judge whether or not the gen's been any good, because that you're not judging the games. You have this exterior thing that you're using. Also, why are we ignoring all of the other exclusives? Like, that one always drives me crazy. It's like we just ignore every exclusive if it's not first party. There has been so many, and there are more coming, by the way. There are more coming. Like, there are so many games. There are so many exclusives that you could list right now that aren't first party. We just don't count them, I guess. And listen, if they don't count for you, that's fine. Historically speaking, I don't remember that ever being the reason that we don't like a gen or we don't like games. Did he actually do that? I'm not sure what you're asking. I think it's completely fair to not count cross-gen titles. I said it earlier. It being able to run on such weaker hardware can make it to where the devs have limits on how ambitious they can be with certain things. It's been demonstrated by sports titles that still do both last and this gen, like Madden. They have less features than the ones that are this gen only. Okay, but you would have to then make a very convincing argument and go in and say that, like, Forbidden West was a disappointing or not good game because it was on the PS4. Like, if you can go to particular sports titles and act like there are features and things they're not adding because it's cross-gen, well, then you're making a criticism of innovation and advancement. Can you actually make an argument that, like, Forbidden West and Ragnarok didn't advance the franchise enough because of cross-gen? Like, Burning Shores is pretty impressive. And the flying and the clouds and the water, it looks insane. And that final boss fight's nuts. But I didn't play Burning Shores and feel like, yeah, man, this just shows that Forbidden West just sucked as a game. What a disappointing game. If they could have made Forbidden West for the PS5 only. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, go and do actual analysis and judgment of the games. When you do that, when you shed these exterior purity tests that we do, it's like, these were great games. What are we talking about? Why does hold back mean suck? Well, if you're going to say the generation's been a disappointment or that it hasn't happened, you'd have to argue that these games aren't even worth counting, which means they've got to be pretty bad, right? Convince me that Horizon Forbidden West, which was supposed to launch late 2020, early 2021, was held back. That there would have been noticeable differences in the game at that time if it was PS5 only. That's what I'm saying. Given the actual cadence of when the games were made and how fast they came out, no, they weren't. It's an assumption. It's a presumption. And then it's never justified by analyzing the game. Nobody brings up Ragnarok and says, yeah, here's all the ways that the game was disappointing because it was cross-gen. It's just this external label that we attach to it. Cross-gen doesn't count. And it's like, what? Huh? Yeah, Stellar Blade was only on the PS5. Is Stellar Blade blowing those games out of the water? Is Returnal and Spider-Man 2... are those games blowing Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok out of the water? Are they? Because Returnal and Spider-Man 2, they're PS5 only. Do you see? It's like, What? The Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake has been canceled at Ubisoft? What? Weren't there weird rumblings recently like it was going to get shadow dropped? That can't be real. Huge layoffs and restructuring are happening at Ubi. Were there advancements from Tsushima to Yote? Yes, but not seismic. I don't think playing Yote, I was like, oh my gosh, this is just, blowing Tsushima out of the water. No, it's better. Sight lines are bigger and better looking, graphical fidelity, lushness, foliage, lighting, texture detail, world detail, all of those things have been elevated. Yote does not make Tsushima look like some piece of garbage. You want to know why we can say that? So many people were doing side-by-sides of Yote and Tsushima and saying, Yote doesn't look that much better, because that's what they do every time a trailer comes out. People did the same thing with Forbidden West against Zero Dawn. They said it didn't look any better, when it clearly did. Ubisoft has detailed a major company reset, which has resulted in 6 canceled games, 7 delayed projects, 2 studio closures, as it reorganizes into creative houses. Jiminy frickin' Christmas. You got to be kidding me. So Ubisoft has done a major reset and a bunch of games have been canceled. Like, this just happened. So major company reset. 6 games canned, 7 delayed, 2 studios closed. So Prince of Persia Remake among canceled projects. Wonderful. Company reorganizes into 5 creative houses specializing in genres. Andy Robinson and the boys at VGC do good work. Make sure you guys follow them on Twitter. He says here, the organizational restructuring, which has been in the works for a year, is designed to help the French publisher reclaim its creative leadership and drive sharp rebound, it said on Tuesday, following a turbulent few years of disappointing launches and plummeting stock value, which recently resulted in a minority sale to Tencent. As a result, 6 games have been canceled, 7 delayed, and 2 studios closed, the company confirmed during a media briefing attended by VGC. The 6 canceled games did not meet Ubisoft's new enhanced quality expectations. It said it included the much delayed Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake, a mobile title, and 4 other unannounced games, including 3 original IPs. In addition, Ubisoft said it delayed 7 games in order to ensure that they reach quality expectations. It did not say which games had slipped, but confirmed that 7 titles, including 1 title that was planned for release in April 2026, that will now release in April 27 or before April 2027. This is just terrible. They just had all these things hitting the Sands of Time thing. People thought we were going to get like a shadow drop. It seemed like that game was like right around the corner. Ubisoft has conducted a thorough review of its content pipeline over December and January, the company said. This has led to the strategic decision to refocus its portfolio, reallocate resources, and comprehensively revise its roadmap over the next 3 years. This will support the objective to return to exceptional levels of quality as an open-world adventure segment and step change the group's position in the game-as-a-service native experiences segment. Okay, we know they've got a lot of great property. We know they've got a lot of great things that they could work with. But the disappointing thing here is you've got something that, my gosh, how many times was it potentially coming out and getting delayed and pushed back? And new IP, in a time where it feels like we don't get enough new IP, they just canceled a bunch. 2 studios were closed as part of the reset. Ubisoft said it's Halifax and Stockholm studios, which were previously announced. On a web call listened to by VGC, the company said it would consider the sale of other assets, but did not clarify any specific information. Ubisoft is accelerating its cost reduction initiatives, it said, and it is now aiming to reduce its fixed cost by an annual 200 million euro over the next 2 years. The company would not comment directly on the number of layoffs that could happen as a result of this restructuring, but in regards to canceled projects, it said this: there are some people that will be refocused on other big projects, and some may leave the company. As previously confirmed, Ubisoft's new operational model will be structured around multiple independent creative houses, the first of which is Vantage Studios, the subsidiary part owned by Tencent, opened last year, which will oversee Rainbow Six, Assassin's Creed, and Far Cry. On Tuesday, Ubisoft detailed the other creative houses for the first time, which will each be organized around a distinctive genre. They are, in addition to Vantage Studios, okay, here we go. So we've got CH2 through 5 here. Okay, these are the creative houses. So this first one's going to be dedicated to competitive and cooperative shooter experiences, including The Division, Ghost Recon, and Splinter Cell. The third one is going to be a select sharp live experiences like For Honor, The Crew, Riders Republic, Brawlhalla, Skull and Bones. I wouldn't want to be on that crew. Creative house, this one here, 4, will focus on fantasy worlds and narrative-driven universes like Anno, Might and Magic Rayman, Prince of Persia, Beyond Good and Evil. Yeah, where's Beyond Good and Evil, boys? Where is it? Where is Beyond Good and Evil 2? All right, Creative House 5 says this one's aimed at reclaiming our position in the casual and family-friendly games in brands including Just Dance, Uno, and Hasbro. In addition, Ubisoft has 4 new IPs currently in development, including the recently acquired MOBA March of Giants, which is said to be assigned to Creative House at later stages. Each of the creative houses will have its own leadership and end-to-end responsibility for its portfolio, from development to publishing and financial accountability, which Ubisoft hopes will help it make better, faster decisions and lead to more hit games. The creative houses will be supported by a creative network team, which will share studio expertise and provide co-development support, as well as core services group, which will focus on technology, QA, localization, business planning, and more. Specific development and studios will be assigned to creative houses, Ubisoft said, while some will be assigned to the creative network team and work in multiple houses. So basically what it sounds like they're doing is they're trying to divide people up by genre because they have become so enormous and so struggling to bring really, really good games to the market. This could end up being good, but it's obviously terrible in the initial stages because you're going to lose people, you're going to lose talent, and we're going to get less product. We're going to get less things coming to the market. We're going to have, things canceled that we were all looking forward to. So Guillermo, the founder and CEO, he said in a statement, on the one hand, the AAA industry has become persistently more selective and competitive with rising development costs and greater challenges in creative brands. Excuse me. On the other hand, exceptional AAA games, when successful, have more financial potential than ever. In this context, today we are announcing a major reset built to create the conditions for a return to sustainable growth over time. We're transforming Ubisoft's operating model to produce exceptional quality games on the two core pillars of our strategy: open world adventures and games as a service native experiences. At the center of this transformation are our creative houses, integrated business units, now combining production and publishing and therefore unifying the gamer relationship. Each one is built around a clear genre and brand focus, with full responsibility and financial ownership led by dedicated leadership teams. It is a radical move, relying on a more decentralized creative organization with faster decision-making and best-in-class cross-functional core services supporting and serving each creative house. I mean, that is one of the issues when you become this large, when you become this big, is it becomes organizationally slow. And so what ends up happening is you make no innovations, you make no change, you take no risk because getting approval for those things just takes forever. So you just keep kind of doing the same thing over and over again. And that's when you end up where they ended up. You end up in like a bureaucratic nightmare where like everything you try to do just takes too long to get approved. So nobody does anything new. Nobody does anything innovative or everything's just very safe, very canned, very production line. Maybe this could lead to change to keep that from happening so much. He continued, to put the creative houses in the best conditions to succeed, we decided to refocus our portfolio with a meaningfully revised 3-year roadmap and accelerate our cost reductions initiatives to the right size of the organization. We will discontinue several projects currently in development and provide additional time for certain games to ensure enhanced quality and maximize long-term value. We will also selectively close several studios and continue restructurings throughout the group. While these decisions are difficult, they are necessary for us to build a more focused, efficient, and sustainable organization over the long term. Taken together, these measures make a decisive turning point for Ubisoft and reflect our determination to confront challenges head-on to reshape the group long-term. The portfolio refocus will have a significant impact on the group's short-term financial trajectory, particularly in fiscal years 2026 and 2027. But this reset will strengthen the group and enable it to renew with sustainable growth and robust cash generation. Ubisoft is entering a new phase, one designed to reclaim creative leadership and build value for players and stakeholders over the long term. Well, I wish them luck because they have an awful lot of IP. And if this can make the games better, if you're going to fix the ones that you're not canceling and they come to the market with better quality, and it's going to help games start to innovate more and be more creative and not be stuck in this decision-making loop that, when you're that large, this could obviously be good, but it doesn't look great right now because we're losing product and we're losing studios, and that's just never a good thing. Better communication chain? I mean, yeah, that could certainly help. It really, really could. But I mean, that's pain. That is absolute pain right there. To have something that seemed like it was just on the cusp of coming out. The Sands of Time remake. I mean, that one hurts. That's a significant blow to have it happen that way. Splinter Cell remake was canceled a while ago. I actually don't know. I thought that was still coming. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet on YouTube, can you do me a quick favor and do that? We've had a really great day. We've made a lot of, we've had a lot of debates and back and forth. And I really appreciate it, man. It's been a really lively day. We did a reaction to a video. We just read a kind of a breaking story about Ubisoft. And I do have some other things that I was going to put in front of you and some other things that we were going to talk about. But before I can do that, I'm going to need a very, very quick break. So do me a quick favor and hit that like button. That helps me out. That is a significant way of supporting the channel, is the like button. And if you guys have been enjoying the content, consider supporting it directly with the membership. Make sure and renew your memberships. Make sure and renew your primes. That is extremely helpful to me, and that helps us do this full time. And you can do that on either platform. You can do that on Twitch or YouTube. It helps in both locations. So I appreciate you guys so much. Just give me 1 minute. We'll come back. I got something on arcraiders I was going to react to. I don't know if we're going to react to the other video about this gen and not being good and all of that. I don't know if we're going to do that simply because it'll end up being really, really long. The one I reacted to was already really, really long. Okay. So appreciate you guys so much. And I'll be right back. Oh, it still does it. No matter what I do. So much static in the room. Jamie. I'm back. Yo, what's good, feed? I see you in the chat. Tom Henderson said there is some sort of hole in their system, and that's how people keep getting all the scoops on what's happening with them. It'll be hard for them to fix it to stop the leaks from happening. Who specifically? Lono, I can't believe you killed Ubisoft. I mean, I just read the article. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't kill anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. You're supposed to hold it until green room? Well, we've been doing longer streams, and I really enjoy doing longer streams, but, you know, I get to that 3-hour mark, and I'm like, boys, I need a break. I need a break. Appreciate you guys hanging out and waiting for me to get back. That's very kind of you. And thank you. If you haven't hit like yet, double check. YouTube can be a little weird with the like count. Double check that you've hit the like button. I did have something on arcraiders I was going to react to as well. It's an article, though. It's an article. The Ubisoft thing, I mean, I read through it and reacted to it. I mean, I don't have anything else much to say other than like, okay, yeah, this could help. Hopefully it does. Because it's going to suck for... it's going to suck in the initial stages. Like, we're losing product and people are losing their jobs, you know? How can leakers have missed so badly on Sands of Time, like a colossal miss? Well, here's what's interesting, Eugene. It wasn't leakers. They were doing things to the game on Steam. Like, there were all sorts of weird things happening. Like, it's almost like it could quite literally be that thing was gearing up and getting ready, and they were, maybe they were getting ready to do, I don't even know, some marketing, a demo, something. The most recent round of leaks, like, they were doing things to, like, Steam, weren't they? They cut their losses? I just don't know. It's like, I thought the recent round of leaks about Sands of Time Remake had to do with, like, updates to, like, the Steam page or something. That's not like a leaker coming out and saying, like, oh, it's coming, it's coming. It was literally like a specific page or something. Prince of Persia, to the Prince of Persia community. We want to share this with you directly. We've made the difficult decision to stop development on Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time remake. We know this is deeply disappointing. The game carries enormous meaning for fans and the teams who worked on it. While the project had real potential, we weren't able to reach the more time we were not able to reach the level of quality you deserve, and continuing would have required more time and investment than we could responsibly commit. And we didn't want to release something that fell short of what the Sands of Time represents. Prince of Persia as a universe and a legacy continues to matter deeply to us, and this decision does not mean we're stepping away from the franchise. Thank you for the passion, patience, and the love of Prince of Persia, the Prince of Persia team. Yeah, there you go. High Guard is the game of a generation. What? Yeah, this is basically what the entire feed is now. I blame Sony for the Sony remake cancellation. Hexe has also probably been delayed since it won't be coming out so close to Black Flag. If it's Steam page based, then that makes sense. PlayStation 6 release date. If I were Sony, I'd wait for the AI bubble to burst. Yeah, we've talked about it. It's basically not coming out in 2027 is what many people are predicting now, which I think is fair. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync, the remake or whatever. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced has been delayed from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27. What the frick is going on? If people had sources saying it was coming, those people should never be listened to again. Yeah, but this could be quite similar to what happened with Microsoft. There were people that were like, oh no, yeah, we're ready, we're gearing up, we're getting ready to start doing marketing or blah, 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 and then this happens. How could they know this was going to happen? If a source is giving you outdated information, well, it's not even outdated. It's outdated once this happens. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not going to fault a leaker or a source. I'm not going to fault them for that. How could anybody have predicted that they were going to be doing this? This guy on my High Guard video says, thank God finally somebody said it. I really don't get the concept of this game. Thank you. 2122, the part about assessing computer terminals to learn about AI consciousness? Huh? Concord really got to some people. Is our marathon video catching some? No, it's doing fine. Never trust the internet. I mean, for all we know, 6 people at Ubisoft knew this was happening today before today. That's what I mean. There's no way anybody knew that this was coming. If it was close, that it could be shadow dropped, it wouldn't be canceled. It's rebranding now with more studios where they have more space, so they're not bunched up making games for platforms and new stuff. I'm not sure what you're saying. Wheezy says they're blood-sucking leeches. They've been running Ubisoft into the ground for a decade, but they keep getting bailed out. Get the Guillermo family out of there? Yeah, I can't imagine being at the company and watching this happening under their watch and being I don't know. Black Flag has now fallen very far down the pecking order for me in 2027. I don't know how after all this time, if they're pushing it back, the worry would be, somebody in chat already said it's probably going to get canceled, and I obviously hope that you're wrong, but yeah, I mean, that's a distinct possibility because they could decide it's going to take too long. If if it's going to take too long, then it's going to be too expensive, and then that's exactly what they're doing, right? They're trying to lower costs across the board. Why would they cancel? That's going to make them so much money. I mean, that's the problem, though, is like you say that, but that's not how they're going to look at it. They're going to look at how much money has it cost, how much money is another year or so of development time, and how much could they conceivably generate with sales. Like eventually you get to a point where you're like, yeah, this is a loser. We got to just cut it. It sucks, but it's true. Like, that's just kind of how it goes. When they're in this cost reduction focus, that's exactly how they're going to look at things. They're going to look at things from that perspective of like, how much is it going to cost to do this for another year, and how much could we conceivably make? It probably wasn't finished. The delay will eat into any potential profits. Yeah. They're focusing on their core games that they know will generate money to survive. Yeah, for sure. Warner Brothers was doing the same thing the last time they talked about this kind of a thing. It was like, listen, we got to kind of circle the wagons here and only focus on what we know is going to perform well and what we know is going to do well. I think that's fairly common, fairly normal. It's not that alarming to think like, yeah, that's how this is going to play out. But they, man, oh man. Ubisoft wants Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six to be annual billionaire brands. That's what Insider Gaming's reporting. Accelerated cost reduction, 6 game canceled, 7 delays, Black Flag remake reportedly among them. It's it's literally from investors, Ubisoft's Direct. I mean, it's right on their investors page. Lone Wolf says, we have to remember the fiscal year 2027 for them starts April 1st of this year. So a large portion of fiscal year 27 is this year. Oh. Okay. So maybe they were trying to get that remake out first quarter of this year, and now they've decided to bump it to give it a little bit more time. Beyond Good and Evil was originally announced in 2008. How is it still being talked about? But Sands of Time gets the boot and Black Flag delayed. High card marketing is on Blue Sky. Are you serious? Is High Guard marketing on Blue Sky? Gosh, their site runs like crap. Where? Somebody get me a link. I gotta see this. I'm scrolling right now. I'm looking to see if anybody's retweeted it on Blue Sky. Are you kidding around? Oh, it's fake. They're saying it's fake. Okay. I was like, it's like a freaking, it's like a Bigfoot sighting. I'm like, let me see. Let me see. Let me see it. Someone has made what I believe to be a fake official Highguard account on Blue Sky that has started a probably fake marketing campaign today. It's the same Twitter handle, though. Play Highguard. The fan art post is a good bit. Okay, so it's Play Highguard. Let's just look and see. All right, so this is allegedly fake. Fan art thread. Post your Highguard fan art with fan works below. Meet Mara, a sinister warden fighting to control the shield breaker. The wardens are a legendary group of heroes. How are they getting this lore? Page not found. Yeah. I mean, this is pretty good. It's not bad. It's not bad fake until you start clicking on things. You know? Bro's like, Highguard marketing? Where? Yeah, like, let's take a look at it. What are they saying? You know, let's see what's going on. Yeah, Ubisoft is completely taking over the news cycle. That's all my news feed is now. That's rough, man. Apex was basically shadow drop. Well, I think that's what they were probably banking on. Like, if we surprise everybody, if we make it in secret, you know, that's the best way to catch lightning in a bottle. I don't think they're trying to catch lightning in a bottle. I think they're trying to catch lightning in a Dixie cup. It's like, gee, money. I don't think you guys got anything here. I don't think this is going to do anything. Yo, Jake Breaks at the Prime over there. Thank you guys so much. And we are one away from the milestone. Thank you guys for renewing and gifting and doing all the things. I appreciate it. Fake Highguard marketing on Blue Sky is kind of peak. You'd have almost thought that Lono was excited for Highguard. Did you see that Marathon runs 5K internal on the PS5 Pro? PSSR might actually get a real upgrade. Huh? What are you saying? 5K internal? Better marketing than the real Highguard. Great video yesterday, by the way. When does it come out? It comes out in 5 days. I literally saw somebody say this. They said, I think it's fake. I think it's an experiment. It's not the real game. They did this as an experiment. I'm like, that's the craziest theory I think I've ever heard of. Wait, we have a treasure train running on Twitch right now. For the next 4.5 minutes, you guys get 35% off gifted members. If you guys want to help us get close to that new sub point goal that we have on Twitch, if you want to help us work on the weekly goal for the Madam stream, now's a good time to do it. I've not been mentioning that this nearly as much. I feel like it becomes such a distraction. So if you guys want to run it, run it. And there we go. The first one comes in from Wired Rope. A 5 bomb comes in and gets us to 129. I'm going to help out. I owe you guys one. You guys just got the milestone. So let me gift one here. Wait, where's the gift thing? How do I gift? Do I do it up here? Oh, there we go. Gift a subscription. There we go. Oh, I don't think we get the discount unless we get to tier 2. Is that true? Do we get the discount when it gets to tier 2? Unlock a limited time 35% off at tier 2. Oh, that's not normally how they do it. I thought we got it from the beginning. Well, help us get to tier 2 and then we'll get discounts. I don't know if they've changed that or not. I'm excited for High Guard, but just to see what happens, not to play it. Yeah, I think everybody's kind of, has some level of morbid curiosity about it. 5K internal rendered at 4K. What are you saying? Haseo gifts a member for YouTube and gets us to 130. We're a 20 bomb away from 150. Thanks for that setup, Haseo. I don't understand what you mean by 5K internal. What the heck does that mean? Why would a game be running the internal resolution higher? Downsampling is better than upscaling? Is there another game that's done something similar? Yes? What's a game that's done something like that? I've never heard of this. I thought he was making a mistake with his typing. High Guard has been an interesting social experiment in the Streisand effect. It's not necessarily a Streisand effect, though. They're not like saying don't pay attention to it. They're not trying to remove it from the public. They're just not saying anything. Just look it up. I mean, I'm not saying I don't trust you. I literally thought it was a typo. I'm not saying that you're being dishonest. I thought you were making a mistake because I've never heard of that before. One game runs at like 6K or something. He's saying that Marathon's going to run internally at 5K, and then they're going to, I guess, use PSSR to downscale. And Cardoc Ren with the 5 bomb over there on purple secures the 35% discount. Listen, if some of y'all go crazy on YouTube, now's a great time to head on over to Twitch and go crazy there instead. It'll save you money. It supports me either way, and it helps with the goal. We're trying to have a bit of a bounce back over there anyway. We took a couple weeks off on Twitch, and it really hurt us. So it's a great time to go over there and go bonkers. It doesn't matter to me where you guys support. Support is support. A $5 super chat from Spick and Span says, Ubisoft went woke and they went broke. Shadows did spectacularly. Why, Lono? Why rationalize this? So you spent $5 because you think you've got a gotcha and that Assassin's Creed, quote unquote, went woke. And that's why one of the largest conglomerates of game developers in the world is downsizing, shrinking, and canceling projects. You think it's because of Assassin's Creed Shadows, because black man in Japan equals woke. You spent $5 to let us all know how stupid you are? Is that what you're going for here? It's completely free. It costs $0 to come in and say you're dumb. Just come in and tell us you're dumb. It's free to do that. You don't have to spend $5 to let us know that you're dumb. Like, you know what I mean? All right. Ubisoft has more employees than Rockstar. Yeah, they're such an enormous company. Like, the idea that people think Assassin's Creed Shadows. I can't wait for the grift. I can't wait for the people that are so brazenly dishonest that they're going to try to make this about AC Shadows. They're going to take one last fake victory lap in their own weird game of Calvin Ball where they make up the rules as they go so that everything is a win. Ubisoft has nothing to do with being woke or not. They're crap. They've been on a downward trend for over a decade. I literally pulled up the stock value the other day for the last 5 years, and it's been nothing but plummeting. But people want to jump in the late hour and be like, this is why, man, they put a black guy in Assassin's Creed Shadows. It went woke and they're going broke. Okay. The critical thinking is just so absent these days. It's just staggering. Bro always resorts to ad hominem when losing the argument. Oh, you learned a big word today and you're going to throw around ad hominem? I showed the illogical stupidity of your argument before calling you stupid, making it more of a conclusion than an insult. Do you understand what ad hominem is? It's a fallacy where I attack you instead of your argument. I attacked your argument, which led me to conclude that you're stupid. There's a difference. Do you see? It was more of a conclusion than an insult. It was a biggest title and aggressively underperformed. No, they actually told their shareholders it was the second most profitable. It was the second highest revenue generating Assassin's Creed in history behind Valhalla. You're completely and factually incorrect. You're wrong. Like, you can have the opinion. You know what I mean? You attacked me first. No, I didn't attack you. It's my conclusion that you're stupid. That's not an attack. I think you're a stupid person. You've demonstrated a lack of intelligence. What else am I supposed to do? Assume that a 5-year-old has a credit card? Like, I don't know what else to do here. You said something incredibly stupid. I find people like you to be unnerving and annoying. Like, you push false narratives and you will not listen to reason. That's a stupid person. Why would I suffer you other than just tell you what you are? It's a waste of my time. Thanks for the $5. You know what I mean? Like, the thing that sinks Ubisoft isn't the games we see. It's the 20 games they throw at the wall every year and not one is ever heard of. Like, I don't know how you can look at their stock value plummet for 5 years. They put out stinker after stinker after stinker. They just, like, things like, you know, Star Wars Outlaws and Skull and Bones. And then you look at you look at frickin' AC Shadows and you're like, yeah, that's why they're in this predicament. Jiminy Christmas. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you know what I mean? I know we're in a day and age where, like, streamers can cuss people out, call people all sorts of horrible things. I say the word stupid, and I know that's just such a great clip to try to make me look like a mean guy. You know, you really got me. He said stupid, got him. Look how mean he is. Look at this big mean man on the internet. Yeah, well, there's other ways to admit you're soft. You're wrong. You're a 40-plus man arguing with teenagers about video games online. You have no career and your time online means nothing. You got anything else in the tank? Yeah, you're right. I'm over 40 and I discuss video games online for a living. Okay? At least I know how to spell career. You know what I mean? I got that going for me. What else you got in the tank? No carrier. That's right. I think most of Lona's audience is 20 plus. Yeah. Someone's jealous? Yeah, I mean, there's other ways to admit you're jealous. I mean, Jiminy Christmas. The irony of calling somebody out for, you know, streaming to teenagers when you're probably farming for a clip for somebody who almost exclusively streams to people and makes content for people at that intelligence level. Like, most of the people here are professionals that are working a job right now. You know what I mean? Like, again, thanks for the $5. If you, and see, this is what always kills me. You can come in and say that you didn't like Assassin's Creed Shadows. You can come in and say you thought it was a bad idea to put Yasuke in AC Shadows. I actually have gameplay criticisms of the game because, I played it instead of grifting online for easy clicks and, just spewing hate everywhere, as well as, like, veiled racism. Like, I actually played the game, and I have genuine criticisms of Yasuke being in the game. I think it was bad. I think it was a bad choice. You can have all those opinions, but when you come in and you want to make factual claims about AC Shadows being some sort of causality in Ubisoft's current predicament, I don't have other words other than stupid, uninformed, idiotic. Those things are absolutely some of the dumbest, most lowest grift takes I've ever seen. It's anti-intellectual nonsense. It's not rooted in fact. It's not rooted in reality. Like, it only works. I'm here to tell you this. And if this hits a bullseye, it hits a bullseye. Those kind of takes only work on the uneducated. It doesn't work on anybody with even a modicum amount of an education that understands how this world works to be like, oh yeah, AC Shadows go woke, go broke. That's why they're in this situation. It's like, no, that is not at all a factual or accurate assessment of what's going on. It isn't. Like, I'm perfectly happy to have a discussion with somebody about, like, yeah, dude, AC Shadows could have been an amazing game. I think they made a really, really gigantic mistake putting Yasuke in the game. But instead of talking about the game, you want to do this weird culture war grift nonsense where you're like, yep, Ubisoft's completely restructuring their entire company and they're canceling projects and it's all a black guy's fault in AC Shadows. Good Lord. I'd say it's a bottom of a barrel take, but it's in the gutter. It's like, what the heck? What the heck is going on? Take 2 seconds, do some critical thinking, and live a better life. Stop buying into this. Stop buying into all this bull crap that's out there. It's not true. It's not true. It only works on the uneducated. It doesn't work on anybody who understands any inkling of the business and how these worlds work. Doesn't. That's why people that hang out here that are like lawyers and copyright, lawyers and doctors and they're working a job right now. They're sitting in an office right now. They've got a college degree and they're like, yeah, nobody would believe that for a second. Why would anybody believe that? I must be in the minority. I liked AC Shadows. I liked it just fine until I got to the point where I had to play as Yasuke too much. He killed the momentum and vibe of the game. I didn't like playing as him. He was fun in a fight, but if he had to do anything else, I didn't enjoy playing as him. It was also way too dense of a game. It was way too dense. It was like, what the heck is this? I was like 35 hours in and didn't even feel like I had put a dent into the main story. It was just like, oh my gosh. It was super dense, and I thought Yasuke was a terrible idea. You know what? He would have been great, and I've said this many times. He would have been fantastic. He would have been fantastic as his own game. Remove all the assassin stuff and just make a game about him because his combat felt dope. You could have just called it Yasuke. I don't know. They could have really solved a lot of their problems by doing that. They could have really, really made a truly awesome assassin-based ninja Assassin's Creed, and then they could have had a completely separate game just doing a samurai game that would not have been compared to Ghost of Tsushima, because the way that Yasuke fought, I mean, he wouldn't have been compared to Jin Sakai at all. It was a very, very different style. Marathon listed as an expansion in Destiny 2. You can't make this stuff up. I thought it was pretty telling. Somebody forgot to unhitch that wagon. Somebody forgot to unhitch that wagon. They're like, hey, wait a minute. This is a standalone game, boys. This isn't Destiny. I got bored with the game about 3/4 of the way through. Had to put it down. I struggled to finish the main storyline. Once I finished the main storyline, I was like, I'm out. It appears Marathon is the first to do this with the internal 5K resolution, and PSSR 2.0 is supposedly launching in March alongside Marathon. Huh. I rolled credits at 78 hours. I played the least as possible with Yasuke. Yeah, I think that's what frustrates me even more than the grift and the dishonesty. It's like nobody can have an honest conversation and actually criticize the game for bad decisions that they made, because we're left talking about stupid, like, you know, go woke, go broke, you know, instead of being like, this was actually a really bad idea. You know what I mean? Eugene says, no one was attacking over typos. You got upset about being called stupid. If you're going to get upset about that, your attempts to clap back and defend your intelligence better not include typos. It always makes me laugh, too. Like, they come in, they've got their agenda, they super chat. I give them a little gruff treatment, and they're like, I can't believe you attacked me. It's like, he was totally here in good faith. He was totally here to have a charitable conversation, I'm sure. Gets called stupid, guns ablazing, comes out. You have no career, your children will be embarrassed about you. Oh. You could have fooled me. I thought you were here to argue in good faith. Huh. Oh my gosh. It's like you can smell them from a mile away. They're not, I tell you what it is, Eugene. They're not mad at getting called stupid. They're mad that they're so stinking obvious that they hate how easy it is that they get spotted. They hate it. Like, they want to come in and, like, stir up trouble. And it's like, we know who you are. You're one of those. You're one of those stirrers. You're just going to come in and stir up trouble. What is this? So what can we expect from Assassin's Creed in 2026? Henderson says absolute clown. So on January the 7th, Tom Henderson says, Ubisoft has had some lows in recent years, but it seems like a lot of people are looking forward to what they've been working on, which is a refreshing change. I'm extremely excited about their pipeline of games over the next 2 years, and their next Ubisoft Forward should be massive. Tom Henderson retweets himself and says, effing clown. That's a legendary quote tweet. Yeah. Tom Henderson's like, oh my gosh. No, an absolute idiot. Oh. Never give Ubisoft credit. They will always find a way to disappoint you. Holy mackerel. It's bad. It's bad out here, boys. It just is. These companies, they just get so stinking big. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Oh, so I tried Mio, Memories in Orbit last night, the Metroidvania. Initial thoughts are, love the soundtrack, love the art style. Controls are responsive. It is a little aimless in the beginning, but I've already kind of got my footing, you know, the map. And I've got like a lasso ability. You start with a double jump. I'm hopeful that there's a dash of some sort. Right now, getting away from enemies doesn't feel great because you just are kind of jumping away. First boss fight felt great. Died once, got him second time. Felt very responsive. Felt like the enemy telegraphs were very good. Patterns were very deducible. As a Metroidvania, people have said it is particularly challenging. It's a little bit more in that Souls vein of like, you're going to want to be like more of an Elden Ring Souls fan, like Silksong fan, as well as Ori fan. So you got Control on Steam for $5. Yeah. Control. I tried to tell people the Ultimate Edition was on sale on Steam for like $4 or $5 yesterday. I don't know if it still is, but that's a great price. Like, that's a fantastic game that I just rolled credits on recently for the second time, and all the DLC. Control is phenomenal. So if you're looking for a new platformer Metroidvania that's challenging and it's tough, but also has a great art style and vibe, check out Mio Memories in Orbit. So far, I can give you first impressions that I think are pretty good. I have heard it's challenging. I've heard bosses are punishing. I have heard the lack of checkpoints can be a little bit grating with runbacks. I didn't run into anything that was too bad, but I've only played for about an hour. No, it's not like Nine Souls. Nine Souls is like Sekiro as a platformer, which Nine Souls is phenomenal, but Nine Souls is insanely challenging at times. I've tried it. I haven't encountered anything that would make me say, holy crap, yet. Silk Song wasted no time punching your teeth out. This game doesn't seem to be doing that as extreme. I think it's a ratchet down from Silk Song, as far as I can tell. I haven't gotten very far. But, like, I was 45 minutes into Silk Song, and they were like, wham! Like, and they punch you right in the mouth. They're like, here you go. This game's like, it's roughing me up, and it's tough, but it seems manageable. I'll continue to play and report back. I'm liking it. I like Silk Song until I kept hitting those runbacks, and I was like, I ain't doing this. So I don't know if the runbacks in Memories in Orbit are going to start to frustrate me or not. So it's not grabbing you like Ori. I would say it's actually it's not as strong as Ori in that department, but it's very cool. The art style and the creatures and the characters. Oh my gosh, the opening, the music in the open is so good. Oh, it's good. It's very, very cool. Learning new abilities is cool. You go to like another area to learn them. It's got chops, man. It's got chops as an indie title. I could see it getting some nominations. Yeah. It's good. That's the first impressions of it. I'm apprehensive about, the sparse checkpoints, because there's nothing worse than having like a super intense boss fight and you've almost got him, and now you got to do this like tedious run back. I just absolutely hate that. You're loving The Devil Within Satgat? I was enjoying Devil Within Satgat, but like not enough to continue with it. Like, it didn't really grab me. There was something clunky about it that I did not like. It had a clunkiness. The clunkiness kind of turned me off. So yeah. Where are we at on time? Okay. Let me pull up this arcraiders thing. I want to react to this. I haven't read it yet. The headline absolutely grabbed me, and I was like, I want to check this out. Let's see here. Okay, so let me try to get this into a format that'll look good. Okay. So there's like a lot of things you could say about arcraiders. I don't know if I've ever had anybody say that it's become too predictable, but like this article hit my feed and I was like, I gotta react to this. It said that arcraiders matches have become way too predictable, and I was like, in what regard? Now, there's obviously things that people are saying about the aggressive-based matchmaking, and they feel like PvE is boring, but there are plenty of people having a good time playing it that way. So I want to take a look at this article here from Polygon that says arcraiders has a problem. It's too set in its ways, dynamic in some ways, but very much not in others. So let's take a look at this. You could say no other matches are alike about plenty of online multiplayer games, and it's a statement that is certainly true for arcraiders. Encountering other players and not knowing whether they'll be friendly or not, getting lucky with your loot haul, and highlighting it to an extraction point, or hightailing it to an extraction point, or coming up short with the junk to recycle, and being spotted by arc enemies or successfully avoiding them as you sneak around undetected are just 3 of the ways that 2025's best shooter keeps you on your toes. This is why I was really surprised when I saw this headline. I was like, one of the things I've consistently praised arcraiders about is it's super emergent. It's super dynamic. Like, you never know what's going to happen. This is why I consistently say that, arena shooters really start to become meat grinders. Burt Peanut, you were watching him last night, Mikey. What did he say? He was complaining that the raids are getting boring now, that he doesn't have anyone to fight since the ban started. Well, here's the thing. I love Burnt Peanut. I think he is hysterical. I think he's exactly where I saw a lot of content creation going. It's more creative. It's more production oriented. He's very, very funny. But here's the thing. These homies are playing the game in a super narrow way. And when you play in a narrow way, you're going to narrow your funnel. You're going to narrow your experience. They also play a lot. They play a lot. Okay? You're going to hit that wall eventually where you feel like, yeah, I'm kind of going through the motions now. This is why I said, if you only play this game in a PvP way, you're really flattening it out. You're going to probably expedite burnout. Now, this person here says, this is part of the reason the game has been so successful, because while it has plenty of other strengths, crisp shooting mechanics, that's debatable, phenomenal audio design, true, incredible tension and atmosphere, true, nothing beats the core gameplay loop where you could, in theory, encounter anything. The problem is, it's only a theory, because when you're almost 100 hours into the game, guilty as charged, and you've traipsed the lands of the battleground, spaceport, and so many times it becomes clear, there are numerous ways the game could be so much more dynamic. Here's something that needs to be stated, though. When you get to this many hours in a game, you're gonna start to feel repetition. I don't actually think that's an indictment of the game at all. I think that's more a symptomatic of the time you've put in. Does that make sense? I think it's far more symptomatic of the time you put in than an indictment of arcraiders. Like, you're at 100 hours, man. You're going to start to have repeat experiences. For one, the tougher arc enemies, bombardiers, rocketeers, leapers, all typically spawn in the same places on each map. If you are a frequenter of Buried City, you'll no doubt have seen Rocketeer that circles around the Grandioso apartments countless times. The same goes for the Leaper on Spaceport, wandering around the base of the launch towers. Now, I will say, I get where you're coming from on this, but you have to have some measure of predictability. It can't be utter chaos and anarchy. You can't have like a Leaper inside a building, where he can't even move, although that would be kind of funny, but you have to have some measure of predictability. People are working on quests. People are working on a grind. People are trying to do certain things. Like, this is totally normal. I don't think this is, again, an indictment. Once you know where the arc enemies are going to be, it's far easier to avoid them. It's undoubtedly making the game more unforgiving. It would make the game more unforgiving if these spawns were random, but there should be an element to it. The fact that our Arc Raiders interactive maps show exactly where to find each type of arc foe on every map shouldn't be possible, because dynamic spawns would result in more unpredictable gameplay. Here's again the problem, though. Here's the problem with this. If you got to go get a certain type of kill and a certain type of part, nobody's going to want to do that if it's totally random. If there's zero predictability, that would be extremely frustrating. And I think within the lore of the game, it tracks. It totally tracks. You would have particular types of arc patrolling particular areas, and that would get reported back to where everybody's living. So you would go out and know, hey man, we need some of those parts from Leapers. Okay, well, yeah, we got reports coming back. We got intel. We got sit reps. We know where the Leapers are. I think that's within the lore of the game. I don't think that's a problem. Nobody's going to want to grind and be like, oh my gosh, I just played 5 in a row and couldn't find anything. Listen, when I was going for the lemons and the olives and all the things from my little chicken, that was really frustrating because there were spots where I know they would spawn. I'd go to the spot and it wouldn't be there. That would be like quadrupled in frustration if it was like there was no way to even know where they were going to spawn. You know what I mean? Another example is the loot. Each map in Arc Raiders has a myriad points of interest, some of which are designated as having either medium or high value loot. When I first started playing, I assumed, as many others did from browsing the game's subreddit and speaking to friends, that these would change each round, so that some places don't become guaranteed high traffic areas. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, and anyone who has paid a visit to research and administration or damn battlegrounds or medical research or Stella Mortis can attest to this. Again, I think you have to work within the realm of reality. I think player bases like this, whether it's a heat map or, a choke point or a focused area, people like to have some measure of predictability. This is a building where I know I'm going to have to fight for my loot. This is a building where I know there's going to be a lot of loot. This is a building where I can anticipate running into a lot of people. I don't think there's a problem with that. I think you've got to work within the realm of what player expectations are going to respond to. I don't think people would like it being another way. Finally, the most requested area of improvement for dynamism is Arc Raiders isn't technically within the gameplay itself. It's all about the event schedules. The 5 and counting maps have a bunch of different areas that can take place. That can take place, ranging from lush blooms, which make natural items such as apricots and lemons easier to find, to the Queen and the Matriarch events, which spawn in colossal endgame bosses. All of these events are set in a 24-hour schedule. Every day, the same event on the same map will happen at the same time. This immediately becomes a problem for players who can only play at set times, such as those with full-time jobs, school, or any other number of lifetime commitments. Okay, but you're not going to make this any better if you randomize it. You're not going to make this problem any better if you randomize it, because now at least when you have a job and commitments, you know, okay, if I get a day off, there's particular times in the day that I could try to go in and do these things. If they're random, you're going to make that even more difficult on people who have jobs and commitments. I know it could feel like dynamic and, oh my gosh, this happened this one night when I was playing and it hadn't happened. That's cool, but, people want to kind of be able to plan around this kind of thing. When the rare events roll around, such as Hidden Bunker and Locked Gate, some players haven't ever had the opportunity to play them. Reddit user Skilltrain explained that's because they're in Australia. They're essentially non-existent, while Mr. Clementine rightly calls it completely unreasonable that they have to wake up at 5 a.m. just to experience content in the game. This is helpful feedback. I think this is totally helpful and totally reasonable to be like, listen, there are certain time zones that can't reasonably engage with certain elements of the content, so maybe we can adjust some of the timers and adjust some of when they show up. I don't think you want to make them random, though. I don't think you want to make them random. This is the biggest problem with the game, according to the hive mind of the Arc Raiders subreddit right now, with a number of posts getting lots of attention. The simplest solution is to make it schedule that rotates for an odd number of hours. Alternatively, even a random event would be better, because even though it'd be frustrating with the specific one that you're looking to do when it doesn't show up, it beats needing to wake up in the middle of the night to take time away from life's obligations. Yeah, I don't think random's a solution. I think you're going to compound the issue if you make it random. I think making it rotate so that different time zones get a chance, I think that's completely fair feedback. I don't think you make it random, though. I think that would actually heighten the frustration, not lessen it. Embark Studios has been great at introducing new content, such as the quick Salamantis launch, followed by the Winter Blooms event and the Cold Snap map condition, and there's such a simple solution for the event scheduling issue. And when Hidden Bunker is required for an in-game trial, it's simply unfair for some players that won't get a chance to play it solely thanks to their time zone. Arc Raiders just needs to shake up the formula a little bit to keep everyone happy. I think that's totally fair feedback at the end there, but the idea that it's become too predictable, or that they should make things random, like loot spawns being random, enemy spawns being random, and then events being random, I think what you would end up doing is actually creating a bunch of new friction points and new frustration points rather than removing them. But that's just what I think. I think there's probably better solutions. Yeah, I think there's better solutions. I get where they're coming from, though. I do think there's some things that they could do, to make it better. For sure. Yeah, the feed is just all about Ubisoft. That's all the feed is now. I don't want to make the show about that tomorrow. I mean, I don't know, because we're gonna be doing like tomorrow's all about the developer direct. Yeah, what's good, Ginger? I am going to be joining. I am going to be joining Ginger on Friday, 1 in the afternoon, to talk about Xbox and Developer Direct. That's the plan. So, what's with Ubisoft? Closing studios, canceling games like Prince of Persia: Sands of Time Remake, canceled. Stuff's getting delayed. Studios getting closed. They're putting everything under creative houses. Yeah, tomorrow's waiting room. Yeah. Yeah, I told you, Fuzzy. People were totally running with that narrative that, Marathon's doing just fine because of pre-orders. And I'm like, you guys are really, really jumping ahead of yourselves here. Excited for Friday. Didn't they close like 6 game projects? Yeah. Yep. It sucks. It really, really does. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake is canceled. Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake's been delayed. They're closing a bunch of studios. Yeah. The first response is somebody showing global. Yeah. I continue to say people got ahead of themselves. I just don't. I really, really don't think people are seeing the forest for the trees on that Marathon pre-order situation. I really, really don't. I told people you're being too quick to celebrate something like this. They're competing against virtually nothing, and they were struggling to even maintain the places that they were landing. You know? Oh, Stonespire was at lunch. Yeah. He just found out. That's right. Yep. Nah says, Marathon listed as a Destiny 2 expansion on Steam and installed on PCs. Bungie had to even remotely delete it. Remember you saying that Lupo played a version of this years ago and thought it was for Destiny. It could explain the pre-order chart drop, as it's counting Destiny sales and Marathon sales as one game. It might explain the drop from 5 to 27. I don't know. I think the initial pre-order ranks were right because it climbed on PlayStation as well. I think there was initial, a surge of people pre-ordering. I do. I think it dropped in the way that I totally expected it to. I don't know how fast it's going to drop on PlayStation because I don't know how PlayStation does it, but like Steam's is pretty active. It's just based off of revenue coming in. So, yeah, the PlayStation 6 is not coming and we don't care. We don't need it. I hope it gets delayed. We know exactly what you think, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I kind of agree with you. I don't hope it gets delayed. I just don't think we need it in 2027. I think they've got plenty of games coming and plenty of quality coming. They can wait. There's no rush. Let's see where the pre-orders are in a week or two. It's only been 2 days. There's 2 things I'll say. Pre-orders not being strong doesn't mean it's going to fail or flop, to the same degree that strong pre-orders doesn't mean it's going to be a success. Both are true. Both are true. The PS5 needs to still release more new games when the PS6 comes out. This is not going to be no games in that system. What's going to be Spider-Man lame? I don't know if we're having a language barrier here or what. I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Did you see the news about 1348 ex voto? What? Are you talking about the sponsorship thing on Twitch? Is that what you're talking about? No, that's 2XKO. What are you talking about? The challenge, at least for me, is how much and why, being that this gen, we saw so much cross-gen that the need to upgrade might be purely just being an early adopter. Yeah, but cross-gen to me is not an indictment when I wanted 60 FPS and better-looking games, and the PS5 gave me that. I wouldn't have wanted to play any of those games on a PS4. I have found that argument to be so bizarre. I can't imagine the year that we got Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, and God of War Ragnarok saying with a straight face, who needs a PS5? I'll just play those on a PS4. The difference is enormous in how they played. Am I hating on cross-gen? We watched a video earlier where the guy basically said this gen has been a huge disappointment, and that was one of his main arguments, was that, yeah, cross-gen games, they just don't count. And I'm like, I can't imagine being like, here comes Ragnarok, Forbidden West, and Gran Turismo 7. I'm just going to play them on a PS4. Like, what? Does PS6 need to be 120 for you? No. No. Give me really, really big visual lift. You can use lighting to give me visual lift. You can use new methods of shadows and path tracing to give me visual lift. And then if I'm getting a solid 60, I don't give a frick. You give me all those shiny, really pretty things, and if it's running a solid 60, I'm fine. I don't need native 4K. I don't need 120. I don't need any of that. I've said for the longest time that I felt like 1440/60 was the sweet spot. Like, why are we going for all this, native? Oh, gosh. Is this real? Nick? Cinematic action adventure title 1348 X Voto. Oh, this is the one with like the she looks like oh gosh, what's her name? Joan of Arc. She kind of reminds me of Joan of Arc, right? It's going to launch on March the 2nd for PS5 and PC. Xbox Series version canceled in order to focus the studio's efforts on delivering the best experience possible. You mean straight up canceled or delayed? Yeah, I'll show you guys a trailer. This game actually looks kind of cool. Very Joan of Arc. Italy 14th century. This debuted 5 months ago. They straight up canceled? They didn't just delay the Xbox version? Follow-up question. Up to what price point, meaning at what point do those upgrades not feel worth it for the price? I would say as soon as consoles get out of the $700 price range, Ginger, you're going to lose a ton of people. Once you start touching $800 to $1,000, the average consumer is going to be like, what the frick is going on? Now, if all technology prices are going up, if all hardware prices are going up, perhaps the market will adapt. But I don't know. As it stands right now, I think the minute you get out of the 700 range, you're going to lose people. You start getting into the 800 range to $1,000, and people are like, what the frick am I buying? Am I buying a computer or a console? So, obviously, RAM prices are going to affect all this. So that's I've said for a while I thought the PS6 was coming in 2028. Now it's probably coming in 2028, not for the reasons that I cited. I always said that you would you would be not wanting to disrupt GTA 6 being a huge boost for your PS5 sales. That was one. I also just felt like they were going to straight up, stretch PS5 because of the slow start this gen. This is really timely. I'm getting ready to send you guys to a video that I made about this, about the PlayStation 6 and how I think people need to prepare to be disappointed. It's not going to do what a lot of people think it's going to do. It was always rumored for 2028. No, it wasn't, homie. That's not true. No. You had all of the guys with Intel and Info saying 2027. Moore's Law is dead and others were saying production was slated for 2027. Homie, every time I said 2028, I had people telling me, no. All the sources are saying 2027. And I kept saying 2028 or later. I had a lot of disagreement that people threw at me on this, and they kept citing the homies that said, no, yeah, production starts in 2027. So, whoa. Production was 2027. I always said that they could do the same thing the Nintendo Switch did. Production can start. That doesn't mean you have to sell it. As much as I know some want the PS6, but with RAM prices, the price increases, I kind of am watching to see when the AI bubble pops, prices might come down and fast. It's very possible. The AI bubble, I think, is already starting to pop. It's already starting to pop. You have all these companies now reporting losses and no gains. Like, these idiots jumped in both feet and a blindfold on, and they're wondering why they're not making any dadgum money. It was such a contagion It was such a commercial contagion. It was like they all felt like they had to scramble because everybody else was scrambling. It's like, well, why aren't we doing layoffs? Everybody's doing layoffs, right? And it becomes this commercial contagion where it's like, why are you doing layoffs? And sometimes literally, I read an article on this. The guy was like, yeah, sometimes companies literally do layoffs because other people are doing them. So why not us? We can increase our margins. Let's just do it. No impetus to do it other than the fact that it's happening in the market. And I feel like this was 100% a commercial contagion where we got to get in on this. And it's like, okay. My only wish list for PS6 is being more available than the PS5. We still got 2 years till the bubble bursts. I don't know when it's going to burst, but it feels like it's starting to already. The eye bubble popping won't be just a price drop. We're going to probably have a .com bubble era recession. Possible. Hysteria is the correct term. Moore's lost at production 2027. That doesn't mean release. And Mark Cerny said the PS5 was a few years. Hoodrich, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just telling you what folks were saying. They were saying production as well as the contracts and the paperwork were pointing to 2027 being the launch date of the PS6. That's what they were saying. We're rewatching Silicon Valley and it's so on point. Tech trends never change. Time is a flat circle. Fairy dust. It's just, yeah. 2027 was the plan. I am not taking this as a win. I predicted other reasons that it would get delayed. This does not count as me getting it right. If it doesn't land in 2027, I'm not going to sit here and be like, told y'all. I'm not going to do that because those were not my reasons. I didn't foresee a RAM crisis or an AI situation. I didn't foresee any of that. I was basing it off of completely different reasoning. Everything I was saying about, it had nothing to do with anything that's actually causing the delay. So, I want a proper Sony handheld. Looks like you might get one. It looks like you might get one. That's the rumor, you know? That's the rumor. Oh, you think Steam's going to be on it? No, you ain't going to get Steam on it. PlayStation's not going to put a competitive storefront on their handheld, brother. That ain't happening. I don't think so. I can't see it. They have nothing to gain from there. They have nothing to gain from that. That does nothing for them. Letting you spend money in another storefront doesn't do a single thing for them. Not at all. Consoles typically go into production the same year they're released. This is true. That's why the Switch delay was a surprise. It was. That was a surprise. And I thought they were going to do the same thing with the PlayStation 6. I thought, nah, they're going to bump it. They're going to bump it. Yeah. No, PS6 was originally planned. Yeah. It was originally planned for 2027. That's not happening now. It's not happening now. As far as we can tell, that ain't happening now. So. Now, pertinent to this discussion, all right? Pertinent to this discussion, I've got a video. I have a video about this very subject. All right? I think that you should prepare for disappointment. I think you should prepare for disappointment. Because I don't think this is going to go the way everybody thinks it's going to go. I don't think it's going to. I think there's a lot of elements to this that people are going to be very, very shocked by. They're going to be upset by. Yeah? I don't need to prepare. That's fine. I've got a video for y'all about the PS6. All right. It was going to be in today's show. I recorded it last night, so it wasn't in today's show. You haven't seen this yet. You haven't heard this yet. This is new. This is new. What are we talking about? I got a video about the PS6. Essentially saying, prepare for disappointment. There's a lot of ways that I think people are, they're not going to like. They're not going to like where this lands, when it lands, all sorts of things pointing to that. Crimson Desert goes gold, no further delays, March 19th confirmed. That's exciting. I'm still a little iffy. I'm still a little iffy on the on performance. Shocked by what? I'm not sure what you're asking about, Amskin. If the PS6 is delayed to 2028, it's because they don't want to start production yet because of RAM prices. Jokes on Lono, I've been disappointed for almost 35 years. I'm almost 35 years old. It generally blows my mind as a gamer that both Xbox and Sony are planning new consoles, and we haven't even got games announced around PS5 and Series X launch. Fable and Pragmata, for example. I mean, I see where you're coming from. Okay? But, homie, technology moves ever forward. So, development pipelines of games taking a while, getting delayed, getting staggered, slowing down, what have you. What does it have to do with the hardware plans of a company that has to think about the future? Right? Do you catch what I'm saying? Like PlayStation can't be like, well, we better slow down our hardware plans. We better not be forward thinking. We better not do Project Amethyst. Why? Because, well, you know, development pipelines for games like Pragmata have been slow. Like, development pipelines go through this all of the time. I totally get where you're coming from, but it's like that holds no bearing on what PlayStation decides to do. Like, Pragmata is a Capcom game also. I think that's fair to point out. PlayStation's first-party games, I think, have been nice and steady. We've gotten a couple of their games every single year, as well as a lot of second and third-party exclusives every year. You know? Now, you want to start looking at the development pipeline and the cadence of like the Xbox first-party studios and how they kept trotting out roadmaps and stuff. Yo, Jack, I forgot to thank you. You resubscribed with your Prime over there. I'm so sorry. I didn't even see this. Jack said, I'm predicting a PvE mode eventually in Marathon. Good to see you, Jack. I'm sorry for just now shouting that out. We didn't get Pragmata yet, but Capcom's giving us some bangers. Yeah, I mean, Capcom hasn't been exactly asleep, you know what I'm saying? They don't have a perfect track record, but they've had some pretty solid games. PlayStation got set back by Games as a Service. Your PlayStation 6 video got leaked in the recent PlayStation hack. That would be incredible if people cared about my content that much to leak it, you know? I mean, they're happy to... They're happy to steal it, or re-upload it with no transformation. But leak it? I don't know about that. PlayStation got set back by this global pandemic thing. Yeah, that set them back more. I mean, surely it would have been nice. I agreed with the guy that we reacted to today. Surely it would have been nice to have Bluepoint not fiddling around with the God of War live service game, but as far as we could tell, it was very early. They were not in production yet. They weren't doing anything. They weren't building anything yet. Okay? So sure, that's time wasted. And Bend wasted their time on a live service game. These are true. But what about everything else we've done? What about every other game, every other exclusive, every other first-party game that we've received? What about all of those games? Like, did those games not count? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it would have been nice if Bluepoint wouldn't have done that. But, like, number one, we only learned about that because we live in, like, leak culture. And, like, we know way more than we ever have. Outside of that, though, it's like, again, what the rest of the studios have been doing stuff. Santa Monica, Insomniac, like, Guerrilla, Sucker Punch, Housemarque. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think we're looking at things so upside down on some of this. A lot of the times I just feel like we're looking at things upside down. And again, I conceded that maybe I've enjoyed this generation more because that guy that I reacted to today, I didn't come from PS2, PS3, PS4 era. So I feel like this gen's been spectacular. And they have this like rose-colored view of those years, you know? But on the subject of the PS6 and where we're headed, I got a video for you. Please click the link in chat. We're all going to go watch it together, okay? And then, if you're a member, we're going to go to the Discord for the green room, okay? Thanks for a great day. Hit like on the way out and do me a favor. Hit like on the video. It's over there. The link's in chat. I'm going to redirect you, all right? I'll see you over there.